Hey everyone, this is the ASL Season Open number 2. So last week I casted the Season Open number 1, which was won by Best. And this is going to be number 2. Now, I saw a lot of feedback in the video. Of course, this is from Soup, and the way that the Korean broadcast is done is the way that I did that first video. But this one's going to be done a little bit differently. I am going to be completely avoiding any looking at the brackets. And that is, I mean, the number one thing that was asked, basically. So we'll completely avoid that. We'll look after the tournament is over. We'll take a look at the brackets and see exactly who got eliminated by who, because that's one of my favorite things to see, is who's making the upsets and where are the strongest players going down and things like that. So yeah, that's going to be what this one's looking like. It seems like a few people are a little bit confused. So this is one of the qualifiers, okay? So the season opens are big bracket tournaments. It's best of one until it hits top 4. And then it's a double elimination. The first place gets a spot in ASL. Last week was won by Best. Also, of course, we have the 4 seeds from last season who will all be in the round of 16 this season. Now, Snow played last week, and there was some confusion as to why is he playing. Well, they just wanted to leave it open because that can increase viewership, and they don't want to take away the opportunity to win 1 million won from these top players. So that's why Snow played, and that's why he was allowed to play. If someone already qualified wins, the seed will go to spot number 2. So, yeah, there you have it as far as that goes. So, anyways, I'll be casting these 2 open tournaments, obviously, and then I'll also be casting the qualifiers. And the qualifiers will get all the rest of the players. We'll already have 6 players in out of the 28, so it'll be 22 people going through the qualifiers. And all of those videos will first go onto my Soup channel and then be uploaded into ArtosisCasts 2 days later. For the main ASL tournament, it will be the same as Tasis and I have always done it. We'll be casting that all together. And it will be a similar thing where it will be on both of our Soup channels. And then 2 days later, it will go on to the regular Soup YouTube channel that it's like always on, that you've watched all the ASLs on. So that's how it's done. That's kind of like the new rule set. So yeah, you can check that out. Just wait for the video to go up, and I'll definitely put out when it's going on to Soup and everything. And then, of course, onto the YouTube later on. So I think that clears up everything. And without further ado, let's get into our very first match. All right. So this is going to be Game-O against a barcode. Well, I guess we've already found one way in which casting in this way without any sort of spoilers can go wrong. Hopefully we'll be able to figure out who this is. I'm not going to be able to tell you through looking at a Zerg versus Zerg. That's going to be basically impossible for me to tell. I feel like I can almost read the barcodes at this point, but what can I say? That's going to be pretty impossible to check out. So it's Zerg versus Zerg. Now, Game-O here on the side as the blue Zerg. He's very strong. He's very, very underrated. Game-O was one of our most consistent players in ASL. Maybe not the last few seasons. It feels like we've had a few players kind of drop off the last few seasons, like the last 2 years or so. Like Shine has had a hard time, Game-O's had a hard time, but for most of ASL's history, Game-O was a qualify in Seoul guy. So before the whole COVID thing happened and we had the live qualifiers, it would be like Seoul and Busan and then like one other city like Daegu or something like that. I traveled to all the qualifiers, and it was super, super fun playing live against all the pros and everything. And the thing is, the Seoul one would be first and get the most players in. And like every time Game-O would qualify through that, which was super, super impressive, because it's like, well, if you don't, you got to go get on a train or a bus and like buy a hotel room and, you know, all these things. And it can be pretty annoying for some of these strong players to have to go do that. And he never really had to do that. So like the guy has been extremely strong, not like a championship level guy, but definitely very, very underrated. So yeah, I hope that people have a lot of respect for Game On what he's done. He's also actually put out a lot of really, really good Korean content. Very little of it has been translated, but I think Jinjin has done just a tad of Game On stuff. But he definitely puts out some really great little like interviews and stuff with some of the amateurs and pros. Okay, anyways, it's a ZVZ, and well, they're both expanding pretty quickly here after their spawning pools. So this is one of those games where with the expansions coming up at similar times, they don't necessarily need to try to bust each other. Like they both could just go like lighter on the Zerglings, but it wouldn't be too surprising if someone really, really massed up Lings. You know, when you have that sinking hatchery, you can flood so many Lings out. It's kind of crazy. Now, Gameo actually just dodged that Overlord. Like, that was so tight. I'm really glad the Observer caught that, but he ran right past the vision of that Overlord, and that was very purposeful from Gameo without a doubt. Like, he doesn't... You want to hide where your Zerglings are or how many you have. But already this Barcode Zerg going to be able to push him back. And, yeah, plenty of Zerglings there. Layer on the way on both sides. We'll probably see quite a few Zerglings rather made. Now, the Barcode Zerg is going to get his Overlord to the natural first. And that's really, really helpful because you're seeing every Zergling that leaves. So you can look at that and be like, okay, I know exactly how many Zerglings are being made. No more Zerglings popping out. Okay, well, I could stop making Zerglings, go back into drones, or keep making Zerglings and try to get a nice little counterattack going. So definitely the information advantage here for our Barcode Zerg at the moment. But there are two Overlords that are converging on the Barcode Zerg's base. One into the main, one towards the natural. Of course, you have to be careful about that because as the Spire comes up, if you leave the Overlords, they are going to get picked off by those Mutalisks. So they are going to be finishing up on both sides. You can see Gameo going sunken. So that actually tells us and tells his opponent what his thought process is here. And look at this. The Spire is right in the center. So Gameo is going to be sitting back in quite a defensive stance. That Spire is like super duper not hidden. If a bunch of Lings got in there, it just dies instantaneously because you're not covering off any of the surface area. But just making the sunken is like, okay, I want a drone extra. Obviously, the sunken is kind of expensive, but it really helps on the Zergling defense. You generally just make a wall of Zerglings next to the sunken. Now, the Barcode Zerg is making a lot of Lings. So Gameo is going to be way up in drones right now, but the Barcode Zerg should be attacking. You can see he's still making Zerglings here as well. Gameo actually has that group of Lings out on the map. Now, he's got to make Lings nonstop. His idea here is to counterattack as these Lings come out. He will catch view of them with the Overlord that's down below where they are right now, and this one might see the edge of them. And he's got to counterattack and get damage here, but he's still got to make nothing but Lings to try to hold on. The sunken might make the difference. Now, he's going to go ahead and dive into that main base, and look at this. Drones actually waiting here as well to try to block. You actually want the sunken taking a certain amount of damage here because it does have good armor. Now, the Spire is going to be picked off very quickly there by Gameo, and almost all the Lings get picked off. This is a big moment in this game. Now, Gameo's Spire is getting attacked, and he's going to be able to save it with his drones. Oh, my God. I think Gameo has pretty much got this game. Look at this tactic from him. Like, really, really smart, very well executed. Yeah, he takes some damage, but that counterattack has done so much. So as long as he has some flying units on the way, which, yep, out comes some mutas here, he should have enough to just kill off these mutas and win the game. Look, he's got 4 against 2. That's game. That's game. There's no Spire for his opponent. The drones are coming in. There's nothing to do here. His opponent is going to GG. I think he's just like... getting used to the idea. GG, and Gameo wins our first game of the night. Okay, we're going to go into our second game here. Now, you'll notice that I have the regular ArtosisCasts name overlay. Once again, these guys are not playing on their real IDs, but luckily it wasn't barcodes. It was just random number and letter spam for one and a weird set of words for the other. So I was able to look those up on my own without getting spoiled. So we're going to have Mong versus Royal. Should be a good match. Mong is really steady and stable as far as ASL goes. Just really solid macro play. He is quite strong at Terran versus Terran. But Royal, in my opinion, I've been trying to be pretty vocal about this, is I think he's maybe the best Terran right now. Him and Rush are playing, I think, a level above everybody else, obviously, other than Flash. I do not know if Flash is playing this. My gut tells me probably not. If he is playing, I guarantee you that one of the games will come up and we'll check the bracket at the end. And Flash is, by the way, for anyone wondering, he is definitely the best player in the world right now. I have seen him wreck Soma many times, and but Soma can beat him as well. Not to make it seem ridiculous, but like it is ridiculous. Anyways, yeah, Mong versus Royal, and we're on Octagon, as you can see. Now, it looks like a center barracks here from Mong, and you know that it's not like a crazy rush thing. This particular center barracks is to attempt to punish a gasless expansion or a command center first. And it's a very good play. The thing is, if your opponent comes there right after you start your barracks, you're really, really, really incredibly far behind. And that's like, that's about it. You know, like if the SCV gets up there and can cancel out that barracks, it basically, it ruins your game. But against everything else, it's pretty much good. Well, I guess if they do like a 2 barracks proxy or something, that would technically beat it as well. But that's like such a rare play because it literally only stops really fast expansions. Anyways, it's a good way to play. You want to be able to put that pressure on. If you can put a little bit of marine pressure on something like a command center first, it goes from being way ahead to even or slightly behind generally. And sometimes it can actually just lead to a victory. If you like get your vulture in there and stuff, if you screw up their marines enough, things like that. So yeah, right now, the SCV comes out there for Royal and sees that this is a proxy barracks, but it's like a proxy 11 barracks. So he knows exactly what's going on here. And he looks at the placement of it and how the marine is scouting, and he's going to go to the top right. That's actually a really good read from Royal. As I was saying, like Royal's really dialed in right now. He's extremely, extremely strong. Now, the Marines, as well as the SCV scouting, it's going to be the last position that Mong finds. And he's not going to be able to really actually get anything done either because Royal made 2 Marines. So he should be fine. He already damaged the other Marine as well. And these are going to come in, you know, one at a time. So this is no issue for him. Just a little scout there from Mong, and he's going to turn around, which is definitely the right play. You know a vulture is already being made here from Royal, especially from Royal. Royal's one of the best mineral boosters and optimizers that we have in the scene. So both sides going for factory expansion. Now, the odds are they both go 3 factory vulture. But Royal's kind of a technical player. It wouldn't super surprise me if he tried to go for like a tank wraith type thing. I guess we'll see here momentarily. It looks actually, based on the minimap, it looks like Mong has 2 on gas. So it looks like he might be more likely to do that here. Royal already has actually gained quite a bit of gas. He must have kept his SCVs on gas a little bit longer. Like that's kind of surprising. And it looks like he makes his second factory here from Mong as well. And just putting some damage on that barracks that's trying to float in to figure out what's going on. It's actually like 2 Marines is pretty standard right now. And it's really, really powerful at hurting that barracks and kind of slowing you down. Now, the timing of the add-ons is incredibly important. Are you going to go 1 vulture, 2, 3, or 4? If you go more than 4, it's because you're doing a very specific build that goes into Goliath. Oh, well, that's what Mong is doing here. So, okay. It's going to be basically like a 3 factory vulture, and actually where Royal is here is so strong. See how he has 4 against 4, but he got the first volley because he was on the high ground? That was Mong playing a bit risky. So this is right now advantaged for Royal for sure because he is just destroying this battle. There should be another vulture coming out. So like Mong shouldn't die right now to this. And of course he's getting his armory really quickly. Now we'll see if he goes starport with this or not. That's kind of like an important thing to look at. And notice how there's no armory over on Royal's side. And he is going double depot here. Oh, I actually got to... I'm very interested in seeing him make 2 depots at exactly the same time. This exact moment, 44 supply, is the hardest thing with 3 factory vulture to get past. It, like, you, no matter what, you don't have enough money. You have to skip something. Are you skipping vultures? Are you skipping SCVs? Like, how are you going to do this? So the vultures come down for Mong, and he actually picks off the 2 Marines and turns around before Royal can catch him, because Royal has way more SCVs, and he is making the tank. The tank is actually really, really crucial here, because if you're only making vultures and your opponent comes in with Goliaths and vultures, your opponent will end up taking that. Like, that will be very favored for them. Early on in the game, Goliaths can beat everything, kind of. But tanks are a pretty hard counter to Goliaths after you get a few. Thing is, Goliaths make a little bit quicker and everything. Now, notice how Royal is laying mines. He actually got mines before speed. That's really interesting to me. I wonder how he made that decision, because he definitely did that before he saw it was Goliaths, but maybe just because he saw that many vultures that he wanted to play that little bit of extra safety. Yeah, that's very interesting. I always love to see, like, are you going speed first or are you going mines first? And if they do what I'm not expecting is always kind of the interesting part. Because, like, normally 3 Factory Vulture, you want to go speed first. Although some players do go mines first. It's like a much more defensive stance. It actually kind of makes sense, especially if you're going to optimize SCV production. And Royal actually has. You can see 38 to 42, so Mong has that SCV lead. It's actually really important to note, like, when you're going 3 Factory Vulture versus a 2 Factory Vulture Goliath guy, the Vulture Goliath guy can get 10 SCVs ahead in certain situations without any SCVs dying. Like, that can happen. I see that happen in the ladder semi-regularly, because you don't have to stop SCV production at all with Mong's build. Whereas to really optimize out your Vulture count, you need to occasionally skip SCVs here and there. So I think that probably has to do with that. I'm kind of just like feeling this out for myself, because I use Mong's build pretty often, and I try to practice the build that Royal's doing, basically, but it's really hard. Now, a Goliath drop coming up. This is that Starport follow-up I was mentioning. It's a little bit obvious. You know, it's very, very common for the, like, 2 Factory Vulture Goliath to go into Starport. And, like, if you're trying to do a push, they'll make Wraiths to stop your tanks. And if you are, like, not trying to go for a push, they'll go dropship to harass you a little bit and keep you back, so they have time to get siege mode and clear their mines and things like that. And you can see he actually did just lay a bunch of mines there with his own vultures, so that's really quite nice. I really appreciate the openers both these guys have done. Like, this is very exciting. This is very fun. I know TVT might not be everyone's cup of tea, but this is really, it's a very, very deep matchup, and a lot of really, like, crazy strategical things. I was actually talking about some really deep TVT stuff lately with Ultra, who's, in my opinion, the second best foreign Terran at the moment. But anyway, I'll leave that for another time in case we see something like that. Either way, Mong right now pushing out. He does have his double gas going. You can see Royal's trying to get up here. If he can get that high ground, it's going to be huge. And he sieges below it for now. Now, the Vulture Goliath can just crush regular Vulture, but we have more tanks over on Royal's side. Just trying to siege up. As soon as you add that siege mode in there, it can really screw things up. The dropship comes back. I'm not sure that there's anything in that dropship right now. Siege mode's still not done for Mong, who has gone up to 5 factories, by the way. Is this too heavy of a push from Royal? Is he committing a little bit too much? I'm not entirely sure. We have these vultures going around, maybe for a counterattack, maybe to lay some mines behind so that you can't reinforce. The dropship doing such a good job spotting right now. Ooh, he actually gets some of his Goliaths aggroed in. That's really painful. Loses 2 or 3 Goliaths, but these mines that are being laid in between the attack and the rally are very, very important. Looks like Mong is going to try to do some offensive mines here, and they do get picked off pretty well there from Royal. Looks like one actually got hit on that Goliath, as you can see. They do 125, and a Goliath has 125 health with a base armor of 1. So a Goliath lives through 1 mine hit exactly. Third base going up here for Mong, but that is a very easily attackable base. Royal is in real control of this game right now. Like, Mong's third base is later. It's in a worse position. Royal has a containment up. But because there's a starport for Mong, if he can hold that area that he's in right there, like, I don't know why he's pushing this far in. This feels like he has, like, If he just kind of sieges and holds the rightish side... Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, he gets some he gets some siege without mines. But if he kind of holds the rightish side because he already has dropships, he can ferry things into Royal's main base. In fact, the more I look at this, like that seems like that should be the right strategy on this map in these positions, because that would protect your third while attacking the back of your opponent's base. It's kind of interesting in that regard. Like the rotational symmetry of maps normally makes Terran versus Terran imbalanced in a direction where, like, oh, if you're behind your opponent, you're generally ahead. Now, you can see Mong sending more units down here right now. Royal's containment up there just being circumnavigated. Mong in a good position. Oh, God. He actually has a lot of units here to try to break through Royal. Going to move forward and siege up. The Vulture's tanking a lot of damage for the tanks, surprisingly. Or maybe not if you actually play the game. But, yeah, he's continuing to push in, and he's almost up to the natural. Royal's had an additional base for a while. I believe he's made 2 starports, so he might just try a Wraith switch here. But this, yeah, look at these positionings that are being done right now. Oh, he just hit a tank. That's actually a big, big hit right there. This looks really bad for Royal suddenly. Like, Royal has more workers, better economy, but his containment is just not doing anything. I think those are dropships. Are those dropships coming across the minimap? Do we see dropships coming? If he drops a bunch of units to the main base, he's going to win. Like, this is a very strong play. Again, in rotationally symmetric maps, which are most 4-player maps, not Knockout, but all the other ones currently. You know, this type of play, if you're behind them, you kind of push the front. They have to bring use to the front. You drop in the back, and it's like, well, how are they supposed to block everything? It's very difficult. It's like, on some maps like Dominator, this is like the main thing that you see in TVT. But yeah, very strong move. Like right now, Royal's still alive. He's holding on against this, but it's looking better and better for Mong, even though Royal has still the better economy. And in fact, he's got better production. He's got, I believe he has double starport right now. But like, what? Yeah, he does. He has double starport. No add-ons on those, by the way. So no cloak. He's just looking for a situation where he can overpower any anti-air. Now, that's a crazy drop that we just saw. The tank's coming back from Royal, but he runs into a bunch of mines, unfortunately. I am surprised that Royal didn't just insta-pull his SCVs against this. When 4 tanks siege like that, like, you just got to get your SCVs on top of them instantly. But maybe he was paying attention elsewhere. This drop from Mong looks like it's going to pretty much finish the game. Even though Royal, again, may technically live through this, Mong has an insane advantage right now. And, like, you don't even have to try to kill. Like, if you just kind of deny some mining here, kill a few depots, there's not a lot of comeback potential. Now, the Wraiths, we'll see. This is kind of the last-ditch effort. Kind of the last-ditch effort here from Royal. If the Wraiths can maybe shut down the drop ships, kill a couple tanks, you know, the thing is there's 4 Goliaths here. And even if they're a bit damaged, but, like, the Goliaths just own Wraiths so hard. Like, you really need a large amount to be able to take them out. At this point, anytime Royal can get damage on those Goliaths, he should be trying for that. GG is called, and Mong is going to take down Royal. Okay, we're going into our next match here. It's going to be on match point, and it's going to be Sock versus Mini using their actual IDs. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate both of you. This is actually a fantastic matchup. Now, Mini is definitely better than Sock, okay? Sock is really underrated. You guys have heard me say this a lot of times. He's very underrated. High-level Terran players all value him super high in the Terran ranks. But obviously, Mini is like a top 4 to 5 world Protoss, an ASL champion, one of the scariest players that you can play against. But, okay, so why is this a great match? It's the styles, right? You know, they sometimes say the style makes the matchup or whatever. Like, they say that a lot in, like, fighting sports and stuff. And that is super the case with these two, because they're both like pretty darn technical. Mini is like a very strategic, very kind of mapped out, I have special stuff I'm doing type of guy, where he's finding specific weaknesses to exploit. He's not really like a reactive Protoss or a macro Protoss like Best or a micro Protoss like Snow. He has like very specific plans and can counter like metagame stuff really, really well. Sock is a darn technical Terran. He expands a little bit slower. He's not that much about micro or about macro. He has like more utility to him, if that makes sense, right? Like he's more likely to have like every upgrade from the factory, like the quicker Goliath speed, a bigger mixture of units before he takes that third base, that type of thing. So when I see him play a player like Mini, it's hard for a player like Mini to find the same holes that he would find against someone like, let's say, Royal, who we saw already earlier, right? Like Royal is a player who will expand to his third base with the absolute minimum units, and Mini will try to punish something like that. Sock isn't like that. Sock will be like, he'll be going to expand, and it'll be just slightly later, and he'll have way more than someone else, or a way more utility than something else, I guess is a good way to put it, right? So I hope that makes sense for you and why I think that this is a great matchup. So looking at what they're doing, it is a Nexus first with an offensive gas. This is the Mini special. Mini ruined the ladder for me and many other Terrans for a really long time when he started doing this all the time. You might recall it was the ASL season he won against Rush in the finals, where he went Nexus first more than he didn't. What was it? It was like 7 games or 9 games, and he went like Nexus first 5-ish times, something like that. And he really made it regular for people to go cross spawn, scout, and steal gas. And it's like, for a little while that was happening so much, and it was so painful. It's like you just had nothing you could do against it. It was just crazy. Now it's not as bad as it was. People have learned more how to play with that, but like, as you can see, Sock is getting a fast expansion up. It's not as fast as Mini's. He's got to deal with the gas. It's highly annoying. Mini's going to probably tech up really quickly here. Or, I mean, he could do something like mass ranged goon. That is a possibility. We'll see in a moment here. Double Zealot into a Dragoon. There are 4 Marines, so he should be fine, but he is going to probably need a bunker. Yeah, he lifted his barracks, so he actually needs to start a bunker. There it is. If you don't, like, you could, in theory, make 2 more Marines would probably pretty much hold everything, unless Mini waited for everything to go up the ramp. Like 6 Marines would hold them if 2 and a probe came, something like that. So he's going to make the wall. He fills up the bunker, still trying to scout around a little bit. No range for Mini. Not surprised to see that. That's not a very Mini-esque move to just make mass range goons and try to punish you in that way. He is getting that robo, though. Oh my gosh, I can't believe the SCV is outrunning, and he does come up and catch it. By the way, Mini, you know how all the Protosses are following SCVs with their probe and like killing off the SCVs? That's from Mini as well, by the way. Basically, everything that you hate as a Terran player against Protoss is Mini's fault. Except maybe the non-stop Reaver harassment. That's from Snow, but everything else is Mini. I remember the first time I saw it really masterfully done. I watched a game of Mini versus Light, where Mini killed 3 scouts from Light, and Light never got to Mini's base. Mini just kept catching whatever SCVs came out with his probe, and then eventually had goons out, and Light just literally couldn't scout. He never got there. It was the craziest thing. And while I watched that, I'm like, this could break the game. This is not good. Anyways, all that aside, it looks like a fast observer build, actually, which I'm a little bit surprised at. I'm not a fan of that. And I've been pretty vocal, I think, about how if your opponent is doing a gasless expansion, you should probably just go Reaver quickly. But he went Nexus first, so he's so much faster. with all the tech that his opponent, because this isn't exactly gasless. This is like forced gasless from an offensive gas, and then he had to kill the gas and take the gas. So like his tech is a little bit slower. So I think it's not as bad here as what I normally say. What I normally like is if you go for a regular Nexus to always go Reaver before. Now, this is just a scouting shuttle. The shuttle comes down and sees add-on plus blinking starport. So that means a drop is coming. Sock has already gone for speed and mines. He's got vultures out in the map, and he wants to do a drop and get a bunch of probes. But that scout from Mini was really fantastic. So he really optimized the robo. He went shuttle, observatory, observer, reaver. And that allowed him to instantly scout across the map and get that intel, which is really, really important. Knowing that your opponent's going to drop is like one of the most powerful, important things that you can that you can have. Now, he sees the shuttle, so I'd imagine Sock here will go for a Wraith as well. And that's Sock in a nutshell. Look at this. See how he has turrets? He has turrets everywhere. He has tanks. He has mines and speed. He's going to have siege in a second. And I bet you he makes a Wraith. Like, this is the type of thing that I was talking about with Sock. Like, this is a very normal-looking Sock game, but you won't see too many games that look like this from other players, right? Everyone's got their own style. Everyone's got their own level of what they want to do, like defensively, offensively, whatever. But, like, this is very Sock. Like, look at the amount of ways he can deal with an incoming drop. He can have mines in his base. He can utilize those Marines as well as the siege tanks that he has. He can... I don't know if he has a Wraith yet. I think I see a Wraith on the mini-map. I think I see it floating kind of in between the main and natural, but I guess we'll see. Yeah, so that's really... This game is Sock in a nutshell for you. I'm really glad that it's looked like this, because I feel like Sock doesn't even get casted enough for people to really realize. And see how he's going to 5 facts? Is he going to attack these 5 facts? Maybe. I bet you he expands. I'll bet you. But we'll see. It could go either way there. Now, Mini clearing some of these out. We already saw that he is spinning the +1 air weapons. So definitely going towards carrier. You know, Nexus first into carrier is one of the strongest things that exists in StarCraft. You know, these 5 facts. 6th factory! Probably an attack then. Like, you could still expand off of it for sure, but, like, this is a lot of stuff that Sock is going to have. The 6th factory is, like, that's a big ad there. It's like, I'm surprised that he added that 6th factory, I'll be honest. But, you know what, if you recognize that this is going to be starport and going into very quick carriers, then definitely that can be a really good route towards victory. All right, here he goes. He's attacking. We don't see any Goliaths with this army right now. If he does have a Wraith... Oh, was that 2 Wraiths? I believe I just saw 2 Wraiths. I love it. I love it. Please show me 2 Wraiths. 2 Wraiths would be such excellent anti-air here. You have to be really careful microing them. If they get near the goons eat them. Yeah, he has 2. See that? Scans and kills the observer. Dude, this is the most Sock game I've ever seen. Okay, and yeah, so he's picked off the observer. He just lost a lot of vultures there. He's pushing down towards the regular 3rd base, but of course he already knows, he already scouted that the top center, 12 o'clock, is where the 3rd base was actually taken. Blows up that pylon. The Reaver's sitting back. He did a nice scan there to see what he's up against. He's rallying across, but look at this. A few goons. Those might be able to pick off like some reinforcing vultures or something like that. Look at this. He makes a missile turret with the push despite having 2 Wraiths. 2 missile turrets. Dude, I really like Sock's play. I think a lot of you watching should look at this and be like, actually, Sock is cool. Like, this is just not something that you normally see from Terrans. But very, very strong play here from Sock. I am absolutely loving it. Look at this push he's doing. It's really scary. Like, he has real potential with this push. The thing is, reinforcements need to be coming up here. And those 4 goons, I think we're trying to stop that, but they're actually a little bit out of position. I just saw those vultures run right past there. Look at the turret push, like an old school slow push with missile turrets. He's got the Wraiths there to support. I got chills. This is awesome. Sock with an insanely good push. Oh, and he's going to eliminate these 4 goons. This is actually huge if he gets those. Did he get the dropship? Oh, I thought he might. If he was paying attention, he might have been able to pick the dropship. The dropship is actually really useful here still. But we'll see if he actually ends up utilizing that very much or not. Now, the Wraiths come up and are putting a little bit of damage, but you have to be careful. Don't go near those Dragoons. It doesn't take many Dragoon hits to kill a Wraith. For some reason, a Wraith is considered large. I don't know why. A Wraith is considered large, guys. So it takes full damage from Dragoons, full damage from missile turrets. Yeah. I don't want to talk about it. Is a Mutalisk large? Hell no! You silly? Nuh-uh. All right, now, the carriers are starting to come out, but there's not many. Sock's push looks godly. He has one SCV left. If he had the other SCV, that'd be so much better because he could just mass turrets here. Now, mass turrets against carriers as they're coming out counter carriers really, really, really well. Like, they just can't get the damage in. Dude, this push has been amazing. I am so happy right now, like, looking at how Sock has played this game. Like, he has trashed this game. Look at that. Catches that. Oh, my God. The Wraiths are just worth so much here. This is such a fun style to see. And Mini is almost dead. So he's losing his natural. He does have a lot of units in the center. So there's a few things he needs to do if he wants to come back in this game. He needs to build up his carrier count. He needs to stop this for sure. That little drop there. He needs to build up his army. But, like, he needs to basically get, like, 6 carriers and just grind things down. And this group in the center, this group of Dragoons, it's really, really important that they, like, kind of slow down or stop any reinforcements so that he can get a critical mass to really knock out the push that's at his front door right now. Okay, so he loses basically all the probes. Really well done there. Do you see, by the way, the amount of mines he has right in front? That's to stop counterattacks. He's got them, like, right in front of the bunker there. If he had a missile turret there, it would be even better, but that's, like, really good play because he knows that a counterattack is one of the ways he could lose this. And look, he's getting range now. He's got double port Wraith, making a command center to float over to another gas that is so far out of position for Sock to do anything against. Dude, this is a sick TVP from Sock. This is a godly game from him. I am so happy right now for him to show, not only is he using his real ID here, which is just nice, but he is showing why he is so highly respected by other Terran players. You can't look at this game and not think that this is expertly played. It doesn't look anything like Royal, Rush, Light, or Flash would play. He's got his complete own style, and it looks awesome. You can see these missile turrets really slowing down the carriers. I love that he's building up into Wraiths. I love it so much. Look at that. He pulls the tanks back so they can't be picked. Oh! Oh! Woo! I'm going to need a cigarette after this. This game. Amazing. All right, so look at this. His tanks are going to move up as he sees the other units leaving. He's so good! He's so good! Oh my God! He's just trashing Mini. Oh my God. Oh, I love this. Now the carriers have to turn around. By the way, all you have to do here as Sock is stall this game out a little bit because he's going to hit a critical mass of Wraiths that absolutely destroy the carriers. Like, Mini's going to hear the Wraiths attack once and just be like, all right, GG. Because it's going to be like 10 Wraiths. Like, if you get a full group of Wraiths or so, like right now, it looks like he has six or 8. But if you get like a full group of Wraiths, if the carriers don't have like observers / other anti-air around them, you can kill them off pretty quickly. Now, to be fair, carriers have the highest base armor in the game. So once you get through the shields, like the damage definitely slows down. Yeah, 8 Wraiths. But yeah, like once you get that full group, you actually feel like you can fight the carriers as long as they aren't like super aware the Wraiths are there. Okay, so the SCV is being transferred to this third base. Oh my God, he took bottom right? Oh my god, yeah! Ooh! All right, carriers are coming across the center. It looks like he's trying to get a drop-off. Yeah, 3 Goliaths, but those will be cleaned up. He's pushing back a bunch of these goons. Carriers in the center. Like, it's 2 observers. He can pick those off pretty easily. All right, here they come. 10 Wraiths. He gets both of them. That's it. GG. All right, so Sock is going to take down Mini. Mini is someone who sometimes doesn't leave the game when he's dead. That's for sure. He's trying his best to still make something happen here. But the Wraiths have completely destroyed. Like, the Wraiths are going to dominate every single thing you see here on the screen. Really, really great play from Sock. Really fantastic play. God, I hope he gets an ASL this season. This was a superb game. And this is like, you know how chess players have immortals? I'm not saying that this should be that game, but, like, this is so representative of his style. And this is one of the better Sock games that I've seen as well. Like, it's not like Mini played this poorly, by the way. Sock just, like, had every tool at his disposal and utilized them so well. GG! Sock takes down Mini. All right, we're going into our 4th game here in the ASL Season Open number 2. Once again, we're on match point, and we're going to have Rush against Stork. That's a great match. That's a great match. I think for sure Rush would be favored here, but do not underestimate Stork. Stork has probably the best fundamentals in Protoss vs. Terran. Like, when I watch him, I find myself shaking my head yes, very happily, that there is a Protoss that nails everything he's supposed to do. That isn't to say that Stork isn't beatable. he is definitely beatable, but Stork's best PVTs are amongst the best PVTs that you will ever see. So I'm excited to see what he has planned here and how Rush wants to play this. You know, I've been talking a lot lately about how I think dropships should be making a comeback this season in ASL. I do think that's the case. I think we just saw part of the reason why, not exactly why, but part of the reason why they're from Sock in our previous game. But one player that I've really been waiting to see if he does it is Rush. Rush is looking for a proxy. So I think he's going to go command center first. That's what it looks like to me. Oh! Huh. That is an odd choice. That is an odd choice. So this is a forward racks, like it's around 11 racks timing from Rush. He scouted basically all of the proxy locations. But it's not that proxied. It's like kind of hidden. Like it is closer than if it was in his main base. So I guess he will be able to put off a little bit more pressure. We'll see which Nexus first Stork goes to. If he goes for a 2-gate or if he goes for a gate forge, this could make Rush's build a bit weaker. But Rush should be looking to bust this. I do think, by the way, that Nexus first is the best build for this map. Since these maps have been added to the ladder, lots of cheese on this map overall, but I do think Nexus first is probably the best play. I think it's basically all maps. It's the best thing that you can do as Protoss. It's just you know, there's so many variations of it, and it is very, very hard to play against when they get that type of advantage. But I think you do need the advantage. I do think that this is a Terran favored map. Like if you get into a regular game, I think it's really hard to beat Terran on this map. There's just it's got so few bases that you can just get really, really, really cost efficient. And I think it's one of the only maps where nukes and Valkyries are both very reasonable. Now, a bunker gets up without Stork even recognizing it. He built it right outside of the vision of the Nexus. So this is almost certainly going to fall. It's hard to imagine how this could ever be held, and he's committed so little to it as well. The SCV went up and checked. There's no Dragoon range on the way. This is a bad scenario for Stork right now. A very bad scenario. I love that he goes up and just pokes the probes a little bit. He wants to prevent some of the mining, because the thing is, Stork is actually doing this correctly. He got caught off guard. He's not overreacting. He's trying to get some additional minerals from this base. And you can see, he's like, yeah, we'll spend some Zealot shields and try to stop this, but he's not going to waste any probes. Like, again, I'm nodding my head yes as I watch Stork play. Okay. Yeah, this is an okay way to do it, but like this is actually something you should scout for anytime you're busting a Nexus. You need to shift click around either a Vulture, an SCV, an extra Marine, whatever it is. You need to shift click something around to check all the different buildable locations, because this is not uncommon from Protoss when they're getting their Nexus blown up to try to hide something on the map and go like, you know, maybe proxy DTs, something like that. Because a lot of times what happens is you go mines behind this, you lay mines so they can't get to your bases quickly, but then you show up with units from a different direction, that type of thing. Now, the Vulture is going to be able to catch this. The Barracks actually scouted that for Rush. So Rush is super on top of what he needs to do. As I mentioned before, you know, I think Rush and Royal are the two Terrans in really ridiculously good shape right now. I think you can see that from Rush. I think Royal was playing well against Mong, but obviously got taken out. Yeah, he targets the Zealot. I'm not surprised about that. The Zealot has the most potential to walk through mines and screw up some of these mines, so I think that's a great pick-off. I'm impressed that he was able to recognize that he would have the damage output to be able to kill that. I think he wasn't 100% sure. Looking at the way that was going, I was like, it's 50% to kill that Zealot. It might live with just a few health left. But gets that out of there, laying his mines all over the place. Second factory, I believe we have an engineering bay that just finished up. Again, superb play from Rush. And Stork is playing well. You know, obviously it's better if he scouts the bunker and maybe he can slow it down or stop it. But since that happened, and that was unfortunate, he's dealt with it very calmly, which I think is really, really important. Which I know is really, really important. Rush here taking a worker advantage. 2-gate Robo getting the Observer. I'm a bit nervous for Stork. Normally when you lose the Nexus, what you'll try to do is instantaneously take double Nexus once you break the bunker. But because the Vultures are out there, I think he's looking and saying, I don't want to trip on mines. Because like a lot of people will go forward and just try to defuse the mines by like the Dragoon step forward, take a half step back and let them shoot. It's like a micro that we've pointed out in ASL many times from Bisu. He's really, really masterful at it. Stork is pretty good at it too. But there are tricks to stop that as well. Like you can stack 3 mines instead of 2 and you'll generally get mines to explode at that point. And you can stack more than that. If you just put a ton of mines next to each other, like the goons won't be able to shoot all of them. But then you have less places that you can put mines, right? But he takes his time. He gets a 7-minute third Nexus, which isn't terrible. And actually, looking at this position and how Rush is playing this might actually make Stork's conservative play pay off. Now, if Rush was really quickly, we'll see if I think he's going to add 3 factories really soon here. But I see that he's gone 3 tanks and he's going mine speed, which is normal. There's nothing crazy about that. But it looks like he's likely going to try to run around and maybe get some probes, slip in or something. But Stork is playing very methodically here. Notice he has Dragoons in his main base for anti-drop. He has goons at his front. He's slowly clearing mines with 2 goons. He's not overcommitting on the map. He's got a lot of units in defensive positions. So it's going to be difficult for Rush to find a way in with Vultures and actually get any damage. Now, we'll see if Rush wants to take a faster third. Okay, yeah, Academy. He's playing, like, there's nothing, like, crazy about Rush is doing. It doesn't look like he's trying to take an aggressive stance. He's just kind of getting all of his stuff. I think he recognizes that he's in a favorable position, and he's using this favorable position to be able to get kind of all the little crossing the T's, dotting the I's. It's like, okay, he gets a nice scout here. That's really great. Maybe he'll get a probe or 2. There's 1. That's probably it. But, like, he just got a great scout. He's going to have comm stats, +1. I'm sure he'll get the Goliath range, right? He's adding factories now. It's just, I guess the question is he going to do a push here? Stork is starting to move forward with a few more units. Rush sends an SCV towards that third base. Stork has an observer there to watch. Stork is very interested to see if there's going to be a third base taken. See, that's the kind of forward half step back micro from the goons there to get rid of that mine. Stork's spreading his units a bit. It looks like Rush does want to push. If you can get up the ramp correctly, it's really good. Okay, he just showed goons there. That actually helps Rush. He showed his goons out of position, like up near the third. And in fact, that SCV even left that area. I think that was a complete fake by Rush. I think that was a bit of a mind game where he moved that there, where Stork's like, oh, he might be expanding. You know, because if Stork slows down his gateway ads, if he slows down Zealot legs, that type of thing, it's going to play into Rush's favor. Now, Rush is separating these Dragoons from the rest. Does he push the natural or does he push the third? Both are reasonable. You have really good terrain for both. It's just about getting into position correctly. Rush pulls back. He actually slips these vultures in. Doesn't really get damage. He spent the time laying mines there as opposed to getting probes. Sometimes that's an automatic reaction from Terran. In this particular case, it would have been better to try to pick off a few probes, but that's okay. And he starts the third base. There's so much army movement here. I really like what I'm seeing from both sides. Like, they're both kind of feeling each other out, moving their armies back and forth, kind of jockeying for position. Rush scouts the fourth base. He sees the timing of it. I'm, like, actually starting to get tears in my eyes and chills throughout my body watching this from Rush. This is such a well-played game from him. The way he's moved back and forth, the scouting intel he's got, like just seeing that fourth base with no probes at it when we're at like 11 minutes is so powerful. Now, it looks like Rush is going to attack. Like he keeps moving into the center. I don't even know if I want him to attack or not. I think it is correct because I haven't seen any Zealots with legs. And you're going to need Zealots with legs to stop this. That's like one of those fundamental things I said that Stork normally gets right. I don't see that in this particular game. He gets the shuttle with only 3 Goliaths. 3 Goliaths take an extra volley. Definitely a mistake there from Stork. And he doesn't have Zealot legs. So painful. Like, you need Zealot legs if you're going to break this. Now, he's going to stop reinforcements. He needs shuttles, though, to drop on these tanks. There's no other way. He needs Zealot legs, and he needs at least a shuttle. If he had 2, it'd be so much better. God, that is a lot of tanks. No Zealot legs. His Dragoons are so far out of position on the other side of the map. Okay, he breaks like 1 or 2 tanks there. Zealot legs have just finished. I don't think he can save his natural. He's doing a counterattack, though. Maybe he can do something with this. Okay, he's trying to sack a goon. Oh, that was a good goon sack, but not going to be quite enough. A few more gates in the way. He only had 6 gates that whole time. Crap. See, this is where the unit movement that we saw from Rush really came into play. Because the correct play is to go into 8 gates on the 3 base, generally. Now, this is a weird position because we had a Nexus bus. The 3rd base was a little bit late. Maybe he felt like he needed the 4th. But just generally, it's to get the 8 gates off the 3 base and get the Zealot legs a little bit quicker. And, like this is super late adds beyond 6 gates. 6 gates is kind of the utility on 3 base. GG. All right, Rush takes him down. Beautifully played game. All right, we're going into our 5th match here. They were using IDs that you guys probably don't know, so I just changed them up for you here to YSC/Tobo versus Effort. YSC started out as YSC in the ASL and then switches ID to Tobo, which I think it's better to have an ID like Tobo rather than your initials. So many of them have been like, I just want to use my initials. But yeah, They just don't care about the foreign fans. Very hard to remember all those, so I just kind of put both of them there. My brain goes back and forth between whether I should call him Tobo or YSC. He's been in a lot of ASLs. And then, of course, Effort, who's, he's Effort. He's one of the greatest players of all time. Incredibly, incredibly strong. Looks like he's going for a 9 pool here. Yeah, YSC has very weak Protoss versus Zerg compared to his other matchups. Very weak. But last week in the ASL Open the ASL season open number 1, he did knock out a really good Zerg. I'm trying to remember who it was. And I can't seem to recall, but it was like he beat someone really good. It was like Hero or something. No, it wasn't Hero. Hero was top 4, right? Anyways, whatever. He beat a really strong Zerg last week that I didn't think he should, but it was best of 1, so you'd never know, really. But yeah, Effort definitely should be a favorite here, for sure. Now, Tobo gets the really quick scout, and we'll be able to put the forge down against this 9 pool. And we'll see if he goes 1 cannon or 2. It's pretty normal to get 2, but we'll see. He's checking the actual Zergling count. Like you can see just 2 lings being made. You shouldn't make 2 cannons, obviously. Throws down a single cannon. Yeah, and he'll go for the Nexus after this. And he'll just keep checking, but it should be just drones from here. If you get your 9 pool scouted, like this is the right way to do it. Is you just go back into drones. And you're like, all right, it's whatever. And I think actually from Effort going 9 pool here is probably a good choice because I think he's like, if I could be honest, he's several levels above Tobo in terms of skill. Like Effort truly is one of the best ever. Like people were pretty sure he was the next Jaedong, and he already was showing it, right? Like he was starting to make a bunch of finals. He's the only player in the world with a winning record against Flash in best of 5 or more series. Well, I guess it would just be specifically best of 5s that they played. But he beat Flash in 2 championship matches. And, like, that's the record. Like, he's the only guy. Yeah, he's one of these ultra-decisive, god-tier micro and mechanics Zergs, right? Like, he really was considered, like, the second coming of Jaedong. To show you just how respected and good Jaedong is. And he's going to go ahead and just run by the cannon. So he loses 2 of the 4 lings and takes 20 damage on the other. So that's like, he knew that was exactly how it would go down, by the way. It's not like you can run through much better than that. Like, you're going to basically just get a couple lings in. But he's so quick and he's so good at this. Like, look at his APM right now, like 430. The thing is, you don't hold down keys in Brood War. This isn't like creating from 400 larvae at once. This is like, Effort's insanely fast. He's insanely fast. Like during peak StarCraft 1, like 2008, 2009, like people were starting to say that his Mutalisk Micro might be better than Jaedong's at that point. But yeah, they like I've heard it both ways. It's whatever. I don't have a dog in the race. I'm just kind of telling you guys. I knew the CJ Entis manager pretty well. We were buddies for a little bit, so. Yeah, he would tell me a lot of things about what Effort was doing practice-wise in the house and everything like that. So anyways, this one Zealot coming out for a little bit of pressure. He sees more lings from Effort. I think you should add a second cannon at this point. I think it's pretty clear that Effort is the type of Zerg that will jump upon you and just kill you suddenly in these situations. In fact, with these lings coming up, he has an Overlord floating. I can't see what's in the wall, but if there's a hole, you can come up and, yeah, see, he brings the probes up. That's very smart from YSC. Because this is the type of situation where the 2 lings in the main base, see, he was checking again. Like, Effort's looking for the kill at all times. Anyways, a lot of times what you see is the lings from the main base go up and flank the cannon. And it's just like more hits the cannon has to do. And you can just lose the game like that. And in fact, YSC didn't qualify last season for ASL from just like lings going in and him not taking that seriously enough. I was pretty critical of that. Like, he saw lings coming, he didn't pull enough probes for the front of the wall, and here you see he has. So I'm glad to see that he is taking what killed him in previous seasons and fixing that. Now, that's a Hydralisk Den after a layer, which is an interesting thing to see. It's not the most common build right now, to get the Hydralisk Den that quickly. But it looks like that's what Effort's going for. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. Like, he, you know, he's more of a guy that I would imagine to go mutas, but he's got the full range in him. Now, the Ling's still alive. Even with the cannon in there, like, he's keeping him alive. It's kind of funny. I mean, he's that fast. Like, they aren't even getting anything done really anymore. Maybe poke a probe. Hey, maybe he gets one. No, not quite. But he's keeping him alive. He's doing the rounds. He's not missing anything at home. It's not like his minerals are going up. It's impressive to see. Some macro hatcheries coming up. You know, Tobo is going to go ahead and continue to scout with the Corsair and see what's going on. Looks like he's sacrificing the Lings at this point. He did end up getting a single probe there and causing a little bit of lost mining time. I think that's about as good as he could have done at that point. But yeah, right now, just focusing on the Hydralisks and everything. YSC is going to want to add his gateways and get into Psystorm. You know, the style where you go layer into Hydralisk as opposed to Spire has more to do with Overlord speed than anything else. You can see Overlord speed just finished. And the Overlord speed, it's kind of like you want to make sure that your Overlords are quick so the Corsairs can't bug you too much because you don't have Scourge to deal with them, but also you can deal with like a quick Dark Templar rush, that type of thing very easily. You can move across the map and not be turned around by a Dark Templar in front of the base. You know, those types of things. It's going to peak your Hydralisk count a lot faster. It will get your opponent to stop making Corsairs. So there is the potential for a Spire a little bit later on. I don't know if we'll see that. That's not something I normally see from this build, but it just came to my mind that, like, that would be a possibility. But again, when I see people do this particular opening, I can't remember ever seeing a game where they went Spire behind it and ended up going Mutalisks. Whereas I've seen it go into drops, and I've seen it go into lurkers, and I've seen it go into busts and fourth bases and stuff like that. But I haven't seen the particular Spire follow-up. So I don't know if that's actually a thing that anyone thinks is good. I would imagine it's not, considering I haven't seen it. But again, like, the rare times I play either side of this matchup, I don't touch this build at all. Okay, so hatchery, fourth base, going in the bottom right. He's on 5 hatch right now, so that'll be number 6. Oh, I'm just so excited, guys. I hope that you're enjoying the ASL Season Open number 2. I am. This is, I'm just, biggest smile in the world on my face right now. I'm just so happy. Like, lots of great StarCraft here tonight. Or this morning, or whenever you're watching this. My God. So much fun. All right, so a lot of gateways coming up. The Robo is on the way there in the natural, because, like I said, you know, if you open up with this, the Lurker follow-up is pretty common. On match point itself, yeah, look, he has gone drops. Right, so he's gone 4th hatchery into drops. No Lurkers as of yet. But drops can be really strong here. Just the length of the main base in general. This is like one of the most effective strategies you can do. He unloads everything. The High Templars are going to go down. Really annoying. He's definitely going to lose his Templar Archives. One of the Corsairs dies, and he targets down the second one. Yeah, this is like really good. In fact, the Citadel could be a good kill, because if he hasn't started the Templar Archives again, right? Like that would be, and he's going to run up and actually pick some of these off. This could snowball kind of quickly. He already has like no storms available. I don't know if just dropping endlessly here is the right strategy though, because the Zealots will be right underneath. Don't forget, like, things drop out pretty quickly. But if the Zealots are already surrounding every Hydra as they come out, they're going to, like, die very quickly as they get dropped. You really need the Zealots not to be underneath you. Well, he flies back in as the Zealots are actually leaving. But they're coming back. Yeah, a couple cannons, not that many. Turns around, not much anti-air here. Okay, he did remake the Templar Archives, like, instantly. So that's really good. Because if he hadn't done that, it's like, how are you going to win this game? You need Psystorm. All right, he's hitting bottom right. So this, I like this. This is a nice, strong move. He starts off making a few Lurker eggs in this main. The Zealots are actually trading pretty efficiently with these Hydras so far. I think Effort barely has enough to deal with this. A lot of Dragoons coming down. YSC's put out a nice game, isn't he? He had a pretty bad qualifier run for ASL Season 20, but as we're here in Season 21 qualifiers, or well, the Season Open, which is a qualifier as well, he's putting out a strong game against Effort. Like, he's staying very calm about everything. He's cleaning things up. I think that counterattack in the bottom right was nice. He replaced his Temple Archives instantly. He's got a nice little army here. He's already got his observers out, so the lurkers aren't going to be an issue. Look at this. He added another cannon up here to slow down the harass. This is very good play from ISC. He's being very careful about everything. This is the type of game where Effort is going to be all in very quickly here. I like this type of game. Generally what will happen is YSC will hit a critical mass, and he's going to be like, I can kill him with this. And he'll move out, and Effort will do something like a last-ditch drop, which will kill the main base. And then YSC will have to clear the map with what he has left. And if he chose the right time to leave, oftentimes he does. Like, I feel like I see Protoss win this position more often than Zerg. Like, positions that look like this. Obviously, this is like a little bit of a unicorn of a game, the way this has gone down. That is a lot of Dragoons that YSC has. All right, so he's... Ooh, the double observer pick. That is an Effort move right there. He is making a lurker egg in the main base as well. You can see that we're kind of hitting this moment. Now, I don't know that YSC actually has critical mass. I don't know that this is the moment for this counterattack. I feel like Effort can stop this, especially based upon the fact that he picked off both the observers. When you see someone do something like that, you know what their plan is. You know that his plan is to stall out with lurkers, and I don't see an observer with this army. He's also going to tax the observers by putting lurkers into the main base. So it's like, okay, you need observers up here, you need observers there, and he's going to be trying to target them down as well. So Psystorm goes down on one of the lurkers. Okay, good idea. Zealot's coming down to clear this, but that lurker is still in there as well. YSC splitting off, going to the bottom right. His goons, well, I mean, the lurkers are causing a problem for sure. He just drills the drones out, not going to bother trying to fight with those. That's probably correct. Just try to run them away, save what you can. He's losing this bottom right, but he's not going to lose much more than that. Now, in the meantime, YSC did get his third Nexus. He's cleared out pretty much... Yeah, he cleared out everything here. He didn't lose his Cybernetics core. His Templar Archives we know is in the natural. His Robo we know is in the natural. You know what? I still think YSC is definitely ahead after that, for sure. It didn't turn into exactly the base trade I was seeing. It was like a little bit quicker of a trade-off there. And I think YSC definitely benefited more from that. Now, there's a little lurker drop coming in from Effort. YSC really quickly reacts to that. I tell you what. Is this a new ISC this season? I'd love to see it. Like, he's someone that... for me personally, like, he is one of the top Protoss. Like, there's no question he's top 10 Protoss in the world, right? Like, there's not a question about that. He is. Just looking at results. I value him pretty lowly amongst the top Protoss players, personally, because I haven't seen great PvZ out of him. But this is really solid. This looks really, really good from him. Now, okay, good upgrades still coming. He's getting that +2 armor. Another drop here. But look, he's already made some cannons. He's bringing some probes up to kind of screw things up as well. A couple High Templars come down. They actually don't have storms yet. He's got to be careful about that. Ooh, the lurkers he put in here actually ruin a bunch of the probes. Effort getting some pretty good value out of some of these moves. It almost feels Larva-esque the way that he's doing a couple of these moves, but I don't feel like it's exactly his skill set what we're seeing. Like, he is playing a strong game. And in fact, he has the probe count below the drone count now. He took that 6 o'clock base, which I thought YSC was just going down there to clear, but it turns out he turns around. Now, Effort going with a counterattack into this mineral-only base. Look at how far back YSC has the defenses. He doesn't want to fight at the ramp. Like, he's like, you're going to attack this? Excuse me, come down the ramp and take my damage. Now, as he has a much bigger army, he chases this army out. Effort is trying to make like a fighting retreat, and it's not working that well. YSC is clearing things really, really efficiently here. He is up 35 army supply right now. And we don't have like... Effort's army is not that good. I think he's going to be relying so heavily on lurkers from this point. And you can see he's flying on... Yeah, he's trying to harass the lurkers a little bit. Not a terrible idea, but like his defensive capabilities, I think, are going to rely on the lurkers. If YSC is really quick about it, I feel like you could poke here and then move somewhere else. Right? Can you attack 6? Well, that's a little bit convoluted to get to. Can you reposition and try to hit the natural? Maybe? Maybe? The thing is, the travel distance is less for effort. So if he's very much on top of reading where the army is, he also can switch up where he's at. Okay, YSC is pulling back. It looks like he does want to go towards 6 o'clock. He had a probe down there scouting. You can see a bunch of static D being made, a little wall with evolution chamber. But he shouldn't be able to hold this. What Effort's plan is to base trade. It's like, okay, you kill this, I kill your third. If YSC can defend his third base while killing this, he gets further ahead. If Effort kills that third base, YSC's mining is getting very low at that point. This is really good picking off. Oh my god. Are things going to go wrong for YSC at this point? That's 4 High Templars that have been picked off. If he picks off all these High Templars and kills the Nexus and that many probes, Effort can still win this. So Effort kills that base. He loses 6. He's going to lose bottom right. He has more in his mineral patches, by the way. That is something to take into consideration. Protoss does higher saturation, 99.9% of the games that you're going to see of PvZ. So they're going to mine out of their bases quicker. So sometimes these base trade-ish scenarios work out better for Zerg. As you can see, he's still got pretty healthy mineral patches everywhere. So he's actually mining pretty well. YSC is mining on one base, and it's his natural, which is less mineral patches than a main. So the overall income flow of Effort is so superior right now. YSC has to be really, really efficient. And he does have a lot bigger army. He's still up like 35-ish supply in army. Storm's going to be one of the really key things going on here. The spread of lurkers on that high ground is really scary. They're all spread at least a Storm away from each other, so you can't efficiently nail them like that. Excuse me. I think this game has turned into a game where YSC is going to have to do like a zoned like defense. He's going to have to roam the center, deny 12 and 6 over and over, and get top left. In my opinion, that's how you win this game, because the lurker defense is not going to be something like, I think that's how Effort ends up winning, is he stops the lurker defense. But you have to stop this from happening. Like what Effort's doing right now, this massive Hydra counterattack on the third. If you delay the third base enough, like look, he's got like almost nothing left. He's going to be barely even mining. He's got 24 probes. Effort might have just done it. I think this army will get slaughtered. And look, okay, he is going to kill 12. This is really important. He sent some zealots up to 12. You can see on the mini-map. That's important. He slaughters these Hydras, but he needs to get his third. He needs to get top left. That's not... Yeah, that's not going to be breakable. If YSC attacks in that lurker environment, he's going to end up losing the game. And I mean, it's looking more and more like he's going to end up losing the game anyways, just because he's not been able to keep his third up. That's the tough part. But yeah, I think we need a zoning defense in the center, where you make sure you keep 12 and 6 away from Zerg, and you keep your third alive, and you get top left. This is a great place to stand. He's got plenty of cannons in his front, so he doesn't have to worry about that ramp. That's the main area that is going to be the key to everything, is that high ground that he's standing on. Very similar to how Effort's on his high ground. But YSC's army can move more readily to different positions powerfully. Effort can't, because if he moves those lurkers, if those lurkers ever become clumped, if those lurkers get out of position, YSC's army is something that can just slaughter a clumped up Hydra Lurker army. But when it's spread correctly on high ground, absolutely not. We're in a pretty fascinating position. Like, I still feel like YSC has to do a little bit more to get back to even. Because effort just got bottom right. Effort sending some units to top left. That's kind of interesting because he already has an overlord there. Now, YSC, has so many High Templars here. He can't, I don't think he can attack this. Like, okay, you know what? But the grinding is good. If he moves up and just is like casting tons of storms, but not committing his whole army, because his army will just die. Once the storms are gone, his army is not good enough. It's not strong enough. You don't want to lose every High Templar either. I think he's got to turn around here. It's really good to it's almost like going fishing. Like you're out there, you're trying to bait the Hydras to attack, and then you storm them, that type of thing. You just run up, cast Psy Storms back up. Like that's very Snow-esque, that style of grinding Zerg down with efficiency. And I'm a big proponent of playing like that in the later portions of the game. But he had 8 High Templars. He has, well, his original group of 8 is gone. Obviously, he has some more High Templars that he's created since then. But his gas is dried up. Like, he's not going to be able to keep doing that. And making these Archons, the Archons aren't helpful. Archons aren't any good against Lurker Hydra. He should not be trying to break the #1 defensive position his opponent has. I really think he should go back, zone where I was saying, take top left. See, he's coming up here, like, into exactly, like, Effort has made the best defensive place that he can. And YSC is attacking it again. Excuse me. Really good Psy Storms. The problem here is his standing army is too small. I feel like we're going to see a group of Hydras come up and kill everything. Ooh, the Archons finish. Picks one there. You can see there's just not a lot of units. The Hydras are really microable. They burst things down pretty quick. Ooh, more High Templars coming out, though. Dude, this is a crazy game. Good storm right there. That was a 6 storm. This definitely can go either way still. Effort's supply is incredibly low right now. It's getting melee upgrade. Looks like he wants to go into like more of a Ling-centric approach. It might be having to do with the fact that his gases are dried up in the main and natural. 24 minutes. Yeah, they should be. Another attack here from YSC. Is he going to be able to do it? He might, actually. More units are coming now. He's taking control of the best defensive position that his opponent had. Now, I think if he takes it slow from here, like, he can pick off the production at the third base. It's like, how do you defend everything? Now, there is a little counterattack coming in. Ooh, that cannon is pretty well placed. Oh, he slips up there so quick. Never mind. It didn't matter that much. I like the idea of it, though. It's like, oh, maybe the Lings can't get back there so easy. It does buy enough time for a few units to come back, which is important. The Zealots hit that 12 o'clock base. Very important to stop that. So few units left over on both sides. What a wild game that this has been. This is a gem of a game. If this was in an ASL season, I'd be like, okay, this is the game of the season so far. You know? Well, I guess in a way it is. But this is ridiculous game. ridiculous. Like, right now, Effort has... Okay, so he's losing 12. He stopped the mining of YSC. YSC is literally not mining minerals right now. But Effort has some drones at 6 and a bunch of drones at bottom right. All the rest of his patches are gone. YSC, for sure, has a much better army. Effort has some speed with his army. You know, he's got a bunch of Zerglings out, so, like, there is potential there still for counterattacks, and that's what he's going for. Can't be going up that ramp, taking a bunch of damage. Ooh, an Archon and Zealots left over. Not a bad choice. Throws a Storm down to try to get Lings. Doesn't quite. I want to see what 6 o'clock looks like badly. I want to see how many drones. It looks to me like he's got good drone saturation, but I don't know what he has there defensively. Like, if YSC attacks 6, does he just win? Okay, he sees drones transferring there. So he definitely recognizes that that is like an important location. Okay, it looks like he wants to break this. Look at this Scourge being made. He just wants to pick off the observers. He's going to try to grind a victory with Scourge Lurker and Lings running around for counters. Mass Sunkens at 6 o'clock. Okay, YSC is going to clear some of these hatches out. Those hatches aren't as important now, just because Effort doesn't even have the money to spend on his larva. So it's like, well, he could actually just use the 2 hatches on mining bases probably, and that'll spend all of his money. But it's good to remove these things. Yeah, spawning pool. That's a great kill. That's a great kill. Stop these Zerglings from being made, or at least slow them down, make them spend 200 on another spawning pool. Great stuff. Pick off the Spire, no more Scourge. Great stuff. What a game! Okay, Lurker's coming up. Looks like he wants to be efficient against these Zealots. Oh my god. Oh my god. Zealot's taking massive splash damage there. Lurker's going after those High Templars as well. Oh my god. Now, hold on. The Lurkers might get massive damage done here. Like, obviously, this army gets cleared. But how quickly? He definitely got a few probes in there. Everything's starting to fall for Effort. Effort's going to be on, like, 2 little islands of bases. If you covered up these names, first off, I wouldn't think it's YSC. I'm not exactly sure who I would think the Protoss is. It's a much better game than I'm used to seeing from him. But on Effort's side, I would be like, I'll bet money this is Larva. The only thing is that there hasn't been a single Muta made, and Larva's a huge Muta fan, but overall, between like sneaky drops, picking off observers, the way he's moved his army around, so much of it looks very Larva-esque. A very Larva-looking game from Effort. Okay, spawning pool is going up. That bottom right is not well defended. This is so insane. You know, I think really he should make a Nexus in top left. Make a few units, make a Nexus. Because if he just takes another base, like, I think Effort has to leave the game, you know? Like, the reason he can still play is because the minerals coming in are low and the gas is almost nothing. Like, he's mining, you know, 150 gas a minute. So every minute he can add a High Templar. Yeah, it's on 8 per run, a geyser gives you 300 per minute. So, and he has 2 geysers that are depleted. So that's 4 per run, so it's half, right? So, whew, half of 1 real geyser going on right now. So 150 gas per minute being mined. That's so little. I do actually think it's better design that you still get some gas out of it. It's kind of like an annoying thing in StarCraft 2. Occasionally, there's literally no gas coming in instead of a little bit to make the game still kind of interesting that way. Look at that. He's just trying to be so efficient. He knows it's mostly Zealots he's going to be fighting against. So every Lurker he can squeeze out, because he's still got plenty of gas coming in. He's got 2 live geysers, right? So that's like a ton of gas coming in. Dropping some lurkers around. Is Effort going to peel a victory here? Well, he's worked hard as hell trying to get a victory through this game because YSC was ahead for a lot of it. But like, it really felt like YSC was going to win this game for a lot of it. Maybe he still is. Gets a probe up here, has a decent army. It's actually decent unit production coming out. It's only 2 hatcheries, though. Effort's actually mining more than he can spend at this moment. He should probably try to add a hatchery in bottom right. He doesn't really have room in 6 o'clock. He's filled it up with static D. So I think it's pretty much time for him to throw down a macro hatchery or even 2. Because if he can spend all of his money, I think he ends up winning this game. But if YSC actually can get some probes into top left and kind of hold both positions, that should be very YSC favored. But if, like, you could just suddenly make units appear for effort, if he could just spend this, like, 1,000 minerals, 500 gas that he has on units, like, that would be so scary. His army is definitely getting much scarier now. Storm is going to be extremely good against this if he's sitting in a defensive position. If Effort were to, for instance, just spread out these lurkers and hydras into a really... Like, if he just decides to take 12 and spread everything, I don't think it can be attacked. That could be a reasonable strategy. Maybe after YSC has that geyser going full blast top left. Like, notice how he started that geyser, getting that finish before his probes get there. It's so important that he gets more High Templars in here. Because Storm is, once again, going to be the most important part of this game. This is such an absurd game that we're watching. I am so happy to see YSC putting out such a high-quality game. Okay. See, that... It was only 2 lurkers. Again, if the whole army was there, I think he prevents that from occurring. Effort might be going for a killing blow. Maybe that's his idea. Instead of playing defensively, he goes up and tries to kill. Now, that Storm was dumb how good that Storm was for this late in the game. For this type of position. There's not, like, a lot of things that Effort's doing anymore. So that was a bit of a mistake. He was definitely looking elsewhere when that occurred. YSC chasing down this smaller army. Oh, can he get in front of that lurker? That'd be a sick kill. No, not quite. Not quite. Woo. Oh, I even forgot we had drops in this game. I'm just sitting here kind of speechless right now. I forgot, like, this game has been so long at this point. This started out with mass drops from Effort. And he's going to do it again. Most of the tech buildings are in the natural, though. Like, you know, just killing anything right now is decent. But, yeah, this doesn't look very valuable. Yeah, it's really... I feel like the Robo and the Templar Archives are the two main buildings that you want to maybe pick off in this scenario. I mean, these are all okay to kill, I guess. But he's, like, going into these cannons. The cannons weren't going to add any other value into this game. And now they get to add at least some, I guess. Stops a little bit of gas income from the main base. Like, this should be very cleanable. Okay. So, Cybernetics Core goes down. No more goons for a little bit. Citadel has no actual value. Oh, getting a High Templar. Every Templar kill is really big right now. Anything that costs gas is really big to kill. Where's his observer? Oh, did he lose all his observers? Okay, another one's coming down. That's going to be something Effort's looking for. He knows that's why he's not attacking. See this little group? See how he stormed it? He's gonna... Yeah, see that? It's the micro. He's pulling the observer back. Really good micro there from YSC. So that's important. Oh, that storm! But he picked off the High Templar. One more storm would just... Well, I guess he's going to kill this all anyways, but one more storm would have been pretty insane there as well. Okay, he holds off both attacks. Both attacks. Effort's supply is so low right now. His minerals are drying up at that bottom right. 6 o'clock is fine. So top left and top middle and bottom middle are really the only bases left. Those few minerals on the patches in bottom right will be gone in the next minute or so. Sends a few hydras up here to check. Lurker egg, okay. A lot of dragoons here. Oh, he could kill those eggs easy. Yeah, they just are gonna unmorph and get out of there. Oh, picks off. Oh, that's a good pick. A lot of gas here for effort. But what do you spend it on? That can be a tricky thing in Zerg vs. Protoss. All the really gas-heavy units can be countered reasonably well by, like, Dragoon Storm. YSC doing a very good job on defense right now. Effort trying to get an attack together that can do something. It feels to me like YSC has recognized at this point that all he really needs to do is deny this top base and keep his top left going. Notice how he has an army on top of the ramp. That's incredibly important. He has another roaming army right now. He has something at 12 watching for it to be being taken. You can see how the Scourge flies in with this Overlord. He was looking for observers. There were none. Picks off a High Templar. That's good. YSC. Got to bring the rest of his army back. Oh, he's actually just going to retreat this to the top left. Okay. That's definitely... Yeah, that's doable. That's doable. Because don't forget, he still has cannons at the front. The Nexus at that third base has no meaning, no value. It's like a pylon, a big pylon. Gives 10 supply instead of 8, so that's something, but... Still. Like, He basically can just defend those two areas and be okay still. This might be the time for effort to try to retake 12. Oh my god! Oh, that's a good idea. I hadn't thought of that at all. So effort might take YSC's high ground and make that gigantic lurker defense there. And that would stop reinforcements from going to top left and also zone out attacks of 12. I like the idea. Now, while he's getting it going, YSC sees that this is going and he's bringing his army forward. But the lurkers just finished. Can he get those out and spread? Can he get those out and spread? He's not doing it. Okay, he's got to spread those lurkers. That's a lot of High Templars now. Oh, he just runs up and burrows them all. That's a good storm. That is an excellent size storm right there. Okay, he eliminates a big chunk of that army. YSC comes up the other ramp and kills the few lurkers that were there. He's just barely stopping all the plans of effort here. Okay, picks off another observer. Damn, what a game. Guys, PvZ can be one of the best matchups. Seriously. Well, it is one of the best matchups, but like, I normally don't appreciate PvZ this much. This is such a beautiful game. My God, this is entertaining. Like, I'm normally a big Terran vs. Protoss fan, but this is, like, better than any Terran vs. Protoss I've seen in quite some time. Woo! Just crazy. Effort's army falling apart. Look at his supply. Look at how low it's getting at this point. I think we might finally be at the end here at 40 minutes. YSC still has a large army. Yeah, this base doesn't have enough defense. A few random, like, lings and stuff coming up. I don't think they can really do anything. He's trying to just draw YSC towards his lings. Excuse me. And it's partially working, but he's also attacking 12. You know, maybe if he had a Defiler, but, like, obviously we never got to layer or to hive this game. This was not a game that was going to get to Hive the way that it was played by both sides. So it's not like a slight at all strategically. But I'm just trying to think of, like, how could you win this in theory? And the only thing I can come up with at this point is, like, Plague Grind. If you just plagued over and over and over and brought everything super low health, then maybe you could get the efficiency you needed. But at this point, it's just everything seems out of reach. He's killed that 12 o'clock base like 5 times. Ah, he says, shit, toss map, GG, and that's it. YSC beats effort. All right, so we're going to get into our top 4 at this point. So we're in like a double elimination bracket from the people who won the group stages. And this is going to be Mong against Sharp. Mong's ID here is Black Pig Power. I believe that is referring to, there's a certain type of pork that's very fancy and nice. I'm fairly certain that's what that's referring to. Anyways, you can see Mong in the bottom left here with the red border and Sharp in the bottom right with the blue border. Mong, of course, took out Royal on the way here, which was really nice, really well done by him. I felt like Royal had a bit of an advantage, so good on him. Sharp plays TVT completely differently than that. So that should make it kind of interesting. Our map is Jane Doe. And yeah, I guess that's it. I hope that you guys are enjoying the ASL season open. Yeah, please make sure that you subscribe, whether you're watching this on my Soup channel or on the ArtosisCasts. If you follow both channels or subscribe, whatever the word may be for these different platforms, it's very much appreciated. Hope that you're enjoying this season and will continue to enjoy. I appreciate y'all. And it's been amazing so far. I'm still kind of reeling over how good that YSC versus effort game was. My gosh, that was fun. Anyways, we're getting into another TVT. This is actually quite a pleasure for me. And seeing as we're on this map, right? This is Jane Doe has the Marine and the Medic blocking the ramp. And oh, is he gonna go barracks? Okay, so he goes like a 140 barracks. That's kind of interesting. Like these delayed Raxes. Like it's such an obvious command center first map that it kind of makes you think like, oh, should someone rush here? Maybe because of that. And if you go for a gasless expansion, you'll literally be invincible against like everything. So gasless is probably the way to do it if you want to play it safe. But of course, a command center first is superior to a gasless expansion. But these are like a delayed gasless. Oh. Is Mong going to take the forward base? That's fascinating. I did not expect to see that. But there's actually like a lot of intelligence behind that. Wow, okay. So basically Sharp is doing something close to what you expect, where it's like, yeah, this base can't be attacked. It's like behind my main. It's free, it's easy, it's safe. I don't even need to build a bunker back there or anything. I can basically just hold the high ground and be fine. Mong is taking the forward one, which means when he wants to take a third, it's completely free. And he's just kind of securing down here. He may have to end up... He probably won't have to build a bunker, but he may. You never know. Like, if this was a factory expansion from Sharp, which this is not common at all on this map, he probably would. But, yeah, in a way, it's a smarter expansion. Interesting. I'm definitely going to have to keep this in mind as an idea for this map in Terran vs. Terran. Okay, so... The factory is on the way on both sides, I guess. And it's going to be a little bit here. Now, there's a few different ways that you can play if you both go for expansions this quick, right? It can turn into a Vulture War for sure. You could end up going Tank Goliath because the Vultures aren't going to be that fast. You could end up going Heavy Wraith. The Wraith I don't like as much in these situations because there's such a big economy. Wraith is like opening Wraith is a very technical thing to do where you're really abusing the fact that the economies are not that big because Wraiths get overrun really, really quickly. If you have a big economy. That's why, like, if one Wraith at the beginning of the game can be, like, insanely strong, but later on it's like you have to appear out of nowhere with 10 Wraiths for them to make a difference, right? So, yeah, I like the factory builds a little bit better here. Both sides getting double gas. There's a starport from Sharp. So it looks like he might be going a little bit more middle of the road, like maybe a Wraith, and because he expanded so quickly, he can afford the 2 factories as well. Armory coming up from Mong. Oh, and also a starport. Interesting. You can see they're both kind of hiding their starports a little bit, putting them very much on the side. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. I wonder what they're going to utilize those for. Like, I feel like they're both going to go Wraith and, like, get a little bit of scouting done with it and just kind of make sure that their opponent isn't going, like, only tank or tank vulture or something like that. Ooh, add-on here for Sharp. Possibly a drop. Yeah, I feel... this is actually funny because I normally feel like my analysis of TVT is, like, really spot on and I always know exactly what they're thinking and doing. And here I'm like, I'm not entirely sure. This is like, pretty far outside of anything you normally see in a TVT. And obviously, Jane Doe, the map itself, kind of makes that the case. But I would say especially here. Like, even though it's Jane Doe, like, I've played a little bit of TVT on Jane Doe. I've seen a little bit. Actually, have I seen TVT here yet? I'm not... actually, I might not have seen TVT here yet. But I played a fair amount. I've thought about it. And definitely haven't seen anything quite like this. So some mines being put out there by Sharp. So he's opened up with mines and a few vultures. Lays those mines around. He sees that it's basically Goliath tank on the other side. Looks like we probably will have a vulture drop. I'm sure he's getting... Well, wait. He wasn't actually spinning his thing. So it's going to be like slow vultures he's dropping, I guess. Wasn't spinning that machine shop. 4 factory here from Mong. Everything's pretty far out of position. Now, it looks like he's going to drop in the back natural. That's going to allow him to see the starport. And this actually gives more time for Mong to react to this. But he'll still get a fair amount of SCVs. Like, this is definitely a successful drop. As long as he keeps the starport alive. I mean, the dropship alive, it's really good. Even if he doesn't kill that many workers. Like, he killed a few. Like 3, 4 workers. Wraith is up here for Sharp. Oh my god. Sharp walks out of the way. He was literally completely ready. Look at that. A mine hits. Oh my god, he's stomping. He is stomping right now. Really excellent from Sharp. And that could have been so much worse for Mong as well. He's so lucky that Sharp had just moved out of position, was not looking there. Oh, he misses his dropship. Oh, good pull away there from Mong. Surprising. Okay, so Sharp is up in supply. They're both taking their 3rd bases. Definitely Sharp has gotten way more utility out of everything that he's done here. Yeah, we might see a little bit of a Wraith race. That's a possibility. You could see both sides just kind of starting to produce Wraiths nonstop. That's a pretty pro-gamer move. Kind of like leaning forward in your chair. I'd love to see, like, 2 Wraith Valkyrie. That'd be so funny. I make fun of them for that quite often. They're, like, so into Valkyries when someone's going Wraiths. All right. Sharp here is dropping off 2 Vultures and 2 Goliaths. It's kind of like a funny combination. Because 3 Vultures one-shot, you know, an SCV. But I understand that he wanted 2 Goliaths in there to just knock out Wraiths really easily. Oh, and he actually can't even unload everything because he was over the geyser. So that gets cleaned up. Not the best drop. Slows everything down a little bit at least. And he sees that Wraiths are being produced. This feels to me like a map where you might want to get Engineering Bay on 3 bases. And a situation as well. I feel like I would feel so much better on this map with like 2 missile turrets. Like 1 at the bottom, maybe 2 at the bottom, or 1 at the bottom, 1 at the top, something like that. Like, it's just, there's so much surface area that you can drop into, and a missile turret really ruins like Wraiths and dropships early on. Sharp moving up to take his 4th base, most likely. It'll be interesting to see where they divide it. There's going to be like a diagonal line through the map. Most likely a diagonal line. Because the thing is, the 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock bases, that's why you would make it diagonal. You can make it straight up and down, and you have on your side of the map 5 bases, and that's really, really strong. But if one player gets both 12 and 6... that player is going to be incredibly ahead, especially considering the map is not like a full 128, 128. You can see on the mini map in the bottom left how it's squished just a little bit. Like, that means it takes, in some directions, less tanks to hold everything. The smaller the map is, like, basically, games on maps like this can devolve into battle cruisers more quickly. Because the map is a little bit less open, so less tanks are needed to hold everything. Everything gets choked up more quickly, and then battle cruisers become the only real way to work your way through positions where your opponent is heavily turtled. Now, this is interesting. I did not expect an army movement like this. Mong has, like, the ramp down there, and then he moved these units up to 12, and Sharp just cut across, and that's a really strong spot he's in right there. That's like a scary position. This is actually very similar to what Mong did to Royal to beat him. Where, like, look at where these tanks are. Like, he can turn this into a drop rather easily. Look at this. Oh, my God. Oh, he's going to deny the command center, and here come the 2 dropships. Mong moving up some siege tanks to try to block this a bit. Couple of Wraiths here. You really need to target the actual dropships there. You just kind of had them on attack move, unfortunately for him. It looks like, I think Mong is going to block this successfully. Like, it's still a good move from Sharp. Oh, he lost both Wraiths. That's too bad. You really want that vision. Oh, and Sharp is, yeah, like, this is really good for Sharp overall, but Mong did block it pretty well. Like, he has a good enough row of tanks. You can't really continue that right now. But Sharp can, like, take that position that he knows that Mong has to be super aware of, now play in other positions, and then revisit that later. Like, as maybe he gets more dropships and he can drop on the tanks, right? Maybe more units are sent up by Mong to block, and then Sharp can attack somewhere else because Mong is going to be lacking units in those areas. You can see that Sharp has mined out the minerals on the left side, by the way, and he is taking top left. Mong is doing the same in the bottom right, although I think he just sent SCVs and they're stuck. He didn't mine out that mineral patch, I believe, based on the mini-map that I'm looking at. Mong right now with a ton of minerals. A ton of minerals. Looks like he's really, really, really spending his gas, though. Some pretty good defense there. Some mines, some missile turrets. Good to see the missile turrets. Like, you really do want that at this point. Mong is scanning that and saying, yeah, I'm not gonna try to drop on there. That's like a really quick way to lose a Terran versus Terran, is going through turrets into mines. It's a very, very good defense. Sometimes hard to set up because, like, at the same time that you kind of need to think about that defense, you're not really making vultures anymore. So, like, do you have vultures to lay mines there? It's like, do you make a round of lay mines there? It can be like a tricky decision making. All right, Sharp is going to drop right on top of this to clear that. I thought that this would be the most likely 4th base position, although they're both taking the corners. Yeah, I actually hadn't noticed that. The Mong had actually moved up and taken the large ramp in front of Sharp's base. So you can see how he's trying to make a diagonal line up here where he'll hold on to 12. And probably the correct thing to do here, like, if he, like, I can't imagine him holding that ramp long term. If I was Sharp, that would be a top priority to get rid of that. But if he kind of holds on to that for a little bit, he'll eventually have enough units that he can just smash that siege setup that's right next to his main base that Sharp was pushing off of originally. And that's going to be something he needs to do eventually. You can't leave that there for too long. Now, dropping a few units off down here. This is actually reminding me a little bit of, like, Heartbreak Ridge. A little bit, right? Yeah. I guess so. Meant to be. Yeah, but just seeing those drop down there at the bottom and then kind of push up, that's kind of an interesting, cool play. Now, a bunch of dropships coming, but yeah, that's a lot of missile turrets. That's going to be a very costly. Like, you could drop in there, and the tank would deal some damage, and then they'd pull their SCVs. Like, you'll lose your whole drop. Like, maybe you do some economic damage, but you lose all the units and the dropships. So that's like, that is a lot of supply. You know, that's probably 32 supply or so. 36, maybe. Sharp pulls back. He's maxed out at this point. Really should make a move. Yeah, looks like he wants to try to clear this out. Only +1 for Mong. I actually didn't see when we clicked on Sharp there if he had better than +1. I would imagine he has +2. That's a little bit surprising. 15 minutes in, only +1 as a pro gamer. Like, +2 generally get a little bit quicker in this matchup. You can play it like that. Like, it's not the end of the world necessarily, but it definitely makes things like that better for you. Okay, Mong actually has a pretty strong drop right here. Sharp is getting on top of it really quickly, though. Does he have good... Oh, yeah, he has units still in there. Look at this. He brings the tank up in the inside. Oh, he doesn't quite siege it, but he deals with that really quickly. This is really becoming Sharp favored. Mong is not dead, though. Mong is absolutely still in this game. Even positions that look like this, where it's like, yeah, Sharp is crushing, you can make your spots so cost efficient that you can still win from this spot as Mong. Like, he's taking that 6 o'clock base. He will eventually have to clear the thing that's next to his main. But if he can hold that in those bottom 2 bases, it's like, okay, well, we're getting back to even. That's a lot of dropships coming out. Looks like, yeah, Sharp unsieged there, so maybe a little bit unfortunate that that occurred right then. Or maybe a little bit fortunate even. Oh, those 2 tanks up there actually really ruined that. I was like, how did that happen? I thought he was going to clear that so quick. Yeah, the 2 tanks up at the top crushed, and they have +2, by the way. So 2-shotting other siege tanks. Very, very important. One of the most important upgrades in the game. It's like +1 on Zealots. +1 carapace on ZVZ mutas. +2 attack on siege tanks and TVT. +1 on carriers against everything. All those very, very important. All right, so Mong right now is in such a defensive spot. Yeah, he's going to siege up on the high ground. That is a lot of units coming for him. With the dropships, I think he could probably break it, but it looks like he pulls back. The thing is, you don't actually, like, have to kill someone when you're ahead TVT. You can actually just kind of make it so they can't win rather than go up and kill them. Sometimes it's a lot safer that way. That was a pretty good save from Mong, actually. He must have +2 by now, right? I'd love to see someone click on a Mong unit. Yeah, he has +2. Very important. Sharp going to continue to try to break this. Mong really needs to hold that base. Like, he's being very efficient on the defense overall. Like, his tanks are really pummeling down a lot of units. But this just looks better and better for Sharp all the time. Still a chance for Mong, but it's getting slimmer. Okay, he's going to clear this. Good. Important. Needs a siege up. Okay, siege is up. Those... I don't even know if there's anything in those dropships. And... yeah, that 6 o'clock base was cleared. Sharp looks like he wants to go over and try to attack the other base. I think there's some units there, but those might just be missile turrets that we see on the minimap. Oh, no, they're just missile turrets. So, yeah, Mong has to defend that as well. Okay, okay. Still some potential. Sharp is really, really far ahead. And I did see he had both armories spinning again. Like, he got to +2 quickly, then didn't do anything. And then he started spinning armories again. I think it is important if a game is going towards a position that might not be finishable. It is important to have all the upgrades that you can get. Because, like, it does make a difference in the BC battles, everything battling each other a little bit later on. Like, so much comes down to cost efficiency in this matchup if you don't win via, like, tempo or a big lead. Okay. No, if those are all full, that breaks what Sharp has there. We hear lots of scans. Like, we don't always see where they're going off. But that's one thing I wish we had from StarCraft 2 is just showing where the scans are when you're an observer. Now, yeah, Mong needs to clear something. Sharp is like, he's making the map a lot smaller. You see a lot of missile turrets at the top. Look at how many turrets he's making. He's basically making it so Mong can't win. And that's a great way to play TVT. Like, you get ahead and then you just make these spots where it's like, well, you can't really do this. And that's what he's trying to do. Mong will be able to clear this finally. We've been waiting for that clear for a long time. Sharp going to try to counterattack. I think there might still be just enough units here to hold him back. Looks like Sharp is getting ready for mass turrets at the bottom of the map as well. If he holds 12 and 6, that's generally just going to be a victory as well. By the way, look at the banks right now. Okay? Mong was down 70 supply. Now he's down 20 supply. And their banks are actually pretty similar. A little bit more gas for Sharp, yes. But you can see that Mong's been getting a little bit cost efficient here and there. That's a big drop. That's going to be very messy to clean up. Very messy. All right, counter drop at that 12 o'clock base. Sharp instantly throws his SCVs into it. That's generally the reaction you want, is to throw... I was actually a little surprised Mong didn't throw his SCVs in, but I don't think they would have done all that well anyways. Yeah, see, throw them in there. Kill whatever you can. Mong out of gas at this point. Can he hold 12? Things are bad right now for Mong. Sharp bringing his dropships back. Okay, well, that's really refreshing for Mong, getting that base up and mining because he lost that bottom right. His top right is still mining, but his natural, his main are empty. He needs to retake bottom right. So, like, here, there's 3 things he needs to do. He needs to secure this base, he needs to secure 12, and he needs to clear bottom right. If he can do all those things in the next 2-3 minutes, maybe he can still take this from Sharp. Doesn't seem likely. Like, Sharp is really leaning on him. I think right now the very best thing Sharp could do is clear 12. If he cleared 12 real quick, rebuilt turrets, put some tanks up there, like, the ways out of this game are shrinking so quickly. All right, tons of dropships loaded up. He's trying to make sure he has enough defense everywhere that he can hold on. Oh, Sharp is going to move away here. I kind of like that. Leaves 1. He's just going to harass this gas a bit. He's just poking and prodding absolutely everywhere. He's trying to get any sort of cost efficiency he can get out of anything. Okay, Sharp going to clear 12 o'clock. Very good, very important. Mong going to clear bottom right. Again, very good, very important. You can really see these stats going towards Sharp. More gas in the bank, a little bit more minerals, up 50 supply. Still, if you have a good amount of +2 tanks, you can hold on. Oof. Not a bad spread. Target targeting the wrong stuff, whatever was down there. Got to kill these tanks. Both sides just keep picking up all their units at home. Okay. In my opinion, this is the killing moment. This is where Sharp has made it impossible for Mong to win anymore. Mong is retaking that bottom right, but yeah, like losing this base, I think that's it. He just had to hold that. He had to hold that. He's never going to be able to re-break that position. Still a lot of dropships around. I guess there's like maybe a last-ditch effort doom drop into the main base that could be utilized. I think Sharp already sees that that's the most likely scenario. Okay, yeah, he's forced to just kind of drop right here. Sharp going to drop on top of him. Pretty decent by Mong. GG is called, though. And that is Sharp to the winner bracket final. All right, time for our second round of 4 match. Today, we are going to have Rush going up against Tobo. Yeah, that's our other match. So that's kind of interesting. So both times, one Protoss player in the top 4. The last week was 3 Zergs. This week, 3 Terrans. Wow. Okay, so that's awesome. That means that we're going to see at least a little bit more Terran versus Terran. You can see here, they're playing on Jane Doe. Bottom left, you see Rush. Bottom right, you see Tobo. I'm really happy for Tobo. Like, I want to see other Protoss players succeed, and I think we're really on the brink of that. His PVZ looked so improved, which is very exciting. Now, it looks like he's probably going to cheese Rush here. Command Center first is obviously something you're going to be thinking about. Rush has a very good location. Is he going to proxy gate? Okay. Rush has a very good location because there's an easy, tight wall where Marines pop out on the inside. Like, super easy to make here. The other one has one that's Zealot tight too, but it's like a little bit gangly. It's a little bit gangly. I don't know how to show that to you right now. But this is like 2 depots up top, barracks right below. Very clean, very easy. Now, here is the single proxy gate. The thing is, like, the way that I play this map TVP is I put a depot there and I plan on CC first, and if a probe comes, I go and finish the wall. The thing is, pulling your SCVs, the probe will get up in time to delay your wall, and they can block the wall with a pylon. So, see, he doesn't show it yet. I think there's actually an appropriate timing. Like, you want to go up as they're buying the command center, probably. Now, hold on. Is he going to start his racks? This is... okay, I think the pros have actually figured out how to play this map super greedily and super safely as Terran. This is very similar to the barracks timings that we saw in our TVT on this map. Wow. So this is probably going to be an incredibly fast robo, is my guess. He's on... yeah. 14 of 17 right now. Oh, my God. I would imagine it's going to be a super fast robo. So anyways, like the delayed barracks, this will still stop cheeses really well, and the command center is not that delayed. And look at this. He can come up and block the rest of it too. Oh my God. The build is really good. I will be copying this 100%. And look at how he's placed this. It's actually perfectly spaced, so that there's a hole between the depot and barracks on the right side that a Marine can fit through, but no Protoss units can fit through. So he could actually walk out with a Marine if he wanted to, which is very helpful. Like, here to get the SCV back in, if it lives... oh! If it were to live, you can't really get it back in without the probe getting in. Unless you bring the Marine in front of the wall, which you can't do if you have the barracks placed slightly differently. Okay, so he's chasing this probe down quite a bit, and he gets it. That's actually a big kill. I think that was not a good idea from Tobo to let that die. Robo, second gate. I think it's just got to be a quick Reaver. And I think because of this, I know exactly what I'm going to be playing against on the ladder this week. You might recall Tobo had Light Dead on Dominator a couple ASL seasons ago with kind of a similar build. He really does like builds like this, but he actually ended up messing it up. It was like a really sad moment for him. It's like he for no reason, he was microing the Reavers in and out of a shuttle with no units around, and he flew into a missile turret and lost the Reavers in a shuttle. It was like one of the worst, dumbest things ever. Okay, he sees Zealot plus Goon. Okay, so this is a really important moment on how he's going to react. First off, you're going to have to make Marines nonstop. You just got to make as many units as possible. Oh, he's going to put a bunker down. Your SCVs are going to have to fight here. Normally, I would put a bunker at the front wall. Like, above a depot. Because otherwise, the Dragoon can just stand there and, excuse me, and deal damage, like, nonstop, basically. Yeah, I don't know about that bunker. That bunker seems worthless to me. Very low value bunker, in my opinion. We'll see. Because, like, eventually Reaver is just going to come in and explode everything, I would say. Maybe this buys enough time that he can get a tank with siege mode, but I don't think... Yeah, I really don't think so. Now, see, the bunker at the front, I think, would have been key. You definitely need to do what he's doing now, kind of chasing this around. And then just mass missile turrets, so the... And you should probably lift the engineering bay as well, so the shuttle has a really hard time getting anything else into the main base. You got to take this so seriously. I don't think he actually has enough SCVs fighting right now. I think he should have like a minimum of 8 this whole time. All right, here comes Tobo with that shuttle. This is definitely an issue. He's trying to take out siege mode before it can finish. He's going to get it too. One more scarab. Oh, and he doesn't target it. Oh, still got it. Okay, good for him. That's rough. At least you can queue up siege tanks before that dies. I would imagine you want to queue 2 siege tanks there if you have the money. It looks like he did that. But it could be a vulture. We don't know for sure. See, again, bunker at the front, I think, would have been key here. Oh! Big kill on the Reaver. Still has the tanks alive. He needs to repair the hell out of those. And he needs another missile turret in this area. So badly. Trying to make the add-on once again. It was a vulture. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Just barely saves that tank. Whew. Getting kind of low on SCVs. He still has his natural mining, by the way. And don't forget, Tobo's on 1 base. This is still doable for Rush. It's getting worse, but it's still doable. Oh my god, the Dragoons are going to be an issue too. Just having a little bit of range damage to add on these tanks. These tanks have been like deep red for a lot of this game. Oh, 2 Reavers now? Okay, this game's over. Well, and then he loses 1 instantly. Okay, he killed a tank. Rush knows to never give up against Tobo. Tobo is definitely a player that has thrown some big games. Rush still microing frantically here. I wonder at what point Tobo will decide to just hold a few minerals back. Maybe add a few probes or make a nexus. Trying to dive on these tanks. Oh my god. It feels like he's starting to throw a little bit, I'll be honest. Like, that was not good control at all. In fact, I don't even think it was control. I think it was just like he right-clicked on those and then went to do other things. But that was like 4 units that died for free. He didn't kill anything with them. Look at this. The zoning of Rush here is extremely good. If those 2 Marines were a little bit more split, it's like basically perfect. Going after that siege mode once again. Siege is a bit of a game changer. You know, really good Reaver Micro, you can dodge some siege shots, but the goons are going to have a hard time against that. Yeah, there you go. You get siege. Now, what do you do from here? It feels like the rush is basically held. Okay, he's gonna shoot down the front door. Kills a depot. Oh, God. I don't want to be mean, but this is like Tobo's like kind of throw in here. Like he had some pretty big advantages and he just kept going and kept going and kept going. I do think there are points where he could have expanded. I do think that when he had the 2 zealots and 2 goons just right-clicked on a tank and did other things, that wasn't the right moment. That wasn't the right move, rather, at that moment. The Reavers continue to take a lot of damage here. Rush is going to start adding production. Does he go starport? Does he go factory? Probably just factories. And yeah, bringing some tanks over here, building a couple more missile turrets, bringing some tanks over to try to kill all the proxy buildings is really good. Okay, Tobo. Yeah, he's... Oh my God, he lost a Reaver there. Yeah, Rush keeps most of his tanks alive. And try to drop some zealots in here. Good idea. Still has a shot, I guess. Oh, God. Oh, God. Ooh, not bad. That's what you need to see. Moves like that. Yeah, he's not quite aiming the Reavers perfectly efficiently. Like, we're definitely seeing secondary scarabs and tertiary scarabs that are doing no damage. But he's still picking him down. He's still whittling him down here a little bit. So we're down to 2 siege tanks right now. We were up at like 5 for Rush. So this is like, he made some progress there, but yeah, okay, he GG's. Rush to the winner bracket final. All right, we're going into the winner bracket finals of this ASL season open number 2. And it's going to be Rush against Sharp. We have Sharp in the top left as our red Terran, and in the bottom right we have Rush as our blue Terran. If I recall correctly, this is still best of 1 with only the grand finals being best of 3, I believe. I'm still not sure what happens if the loser beats the winner in that grand finals as well. But I guess we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, so looking at this tournament so far, definitely some Terran dominance, having 3 players in the top 4, just like Zerg dominance the week before. You know, I think Tobo kind of threw that last game against Rush. That definitely felt like he could have won that. Like, if you gave Snow that position, I would say that Snow wins it like 97 times out of 100 or so. But that falls off after Snow. Yeah, Tobo definitely doesn't have the greatest execution in those situations, but uses those builds a lot. So hopefully he can work on that. Between these two, this is actually a really nice TVT match. Like, Rush is a bit more modern. And then Sharp always has his style. He's very Goliath tank dropship heavy. A much older school style. The way that Sharp generally plays TVP, like a lot of his TVP, is what TVP looked like for a lot of it. Like, for a lot of the history of StarCraft. Like, just lots of Goliath tank dropship, you know, flying around, taking positions, losing positions, fighting back. Nowadays, like, we have a lot of games where, like, the vultures make a huge difference in the beginning. And it's not that Sharp doesn't use vultures. He does use vultures, but just overall the flavor of TVT plays. But nowadays we have like where you get into these positions and then you know exactly how to do it, where you just crush from the position. You know, you get a map control with vultures and maybe you get a contain up and it's like, okay, your opponent is almost dead already. Like, it might take 15 minutes, but like it's almost impossible to come back from. Anyways, this is a forward barracks from Rush. You know, it's just one of these like forward 11 racks where if there's a fast expansion, you can put some pressure on. It's not the case here from Sharp. Sharp is just doing factory expansion. Sharp is pretty rarely does a gasless expansion or a command center first. It's pretty rare for him. He plays pretty standard openers overall. And I appreciate it because that's kind of who Sharp is. Like, if you give Sharp like a good amount of units, then he can make magic happen. He's not the best micro. He's not the best macro. He's one of the best tactical players that we have. Like, you just give him a lot of tools, a lot of stuff to use, and he finds great places to use them, basically. So here, Rush is trying to set up a little bunker containment. Okay, you got to pull 2 more SCVs. This is actually really important. Okay, and he did make a third Marine, so he's totally fine. But yeah, stuff like that can go wrong. If they get the bunker up and put some Marines in there, they get really, really far ahead. But factory expansion, that should never happen in factory expansion. Like, you figure it out it's happening. You can pull some SCVs or you can make the extra Marines. The thing is, he lost an early Marine. So I think that's where Rush was like, oh, I can maybe get this done. Wasn't the case, though. Sharp was not so greedy. He just made the additional Marines and pushed out. Okay, the barracks trying to scout, but it's going to be on fire pretty badly. I'm not sure it's even worth it to send it in there. Losing a barracks this early is really painful. Like, Rush can't he might just make a third factory, but like, we're a little bit early on for this. Generally, if you go 3 factory vulture, the third factory is like right before you send your SCVs to mine at the natural. And it's like tight there. So we'll see. Well, I guess he missed a lot of shots there in the barracks as it flew over. So good play there from Rush. And Armory's coming up. So yeah, my guess is that Rush will just stay on 2 factory for now. He's going to have to rebuild that barracks relatively soon, though. So Sharp, 2 factory himself. Going to finish off this barracks. Really, really strong for him. Only 1 barracks, or only 1 factory was shown. So Rush here could look at that and wonder if there's a starport because he didn't see a 2nd factory. Just keep that in mind. It might be part of him making Goliaths if he ends up making Goliaths. Mines are done. He's going to start laying some mines in the center there. And there's the new barracks. Again, no big surprise. Like, if you lose it that early, you just have to remake it. Occasionally, you lose it, like, a little bit after now, and you already have the amount of factories you need before your 3rd, so you can start your 3rd command center before remaking the barracks. Not the case here. Can't do that off of 2 factories. It doesn't really beat anything. Sharp out there with some vultures now as well. Making a couple Goliaths. Now, this is very, very sharp. Now, the thing is, you look at the 2 positions and they're really close. But actually, Sharp does this exact style pretty often. And he'll probably go 3rd factory with this and vulture speed. This is one of my favorite Sharp builds in TVT. In fact, I use it too much. Yeah, see this? So he started the 3rd factory, and he'll get Academy and speed generally off of this position. Yeah, he's going to sacrifice a couple of these. He kind of has to because Rush rather caught him, but he'll get a couple more of them out. All right, the Goliaths catching these as they come up. So basically, what I'm trying to mention here is like that position. We'll see. Like, I don't know that he's going to go speed now because I don't think he can catch up in vultures after losing like 3 for 1. But like, he'll go mines first on 2 factories into some Goliaths. As soon as you add Goliaths into your vulture comp, vultures won't engage with you and they'll switch to tanks. and then he just makes vultures for a little bit longer and catches back up in the vulture count. And he might still be getting the speed. We'll see in a second. Oh, this move from Sharp, from Rush, really, really good. Really good move. That is a lot of damage. Okay. So Sharp is going to have to move across the map, but he does not have a comsat. I don't know what you do from here. This looks terrible for Sharp now. Just because those mines in the center, like, he might be able to just walk through them. We'll see. You know, you can lead, like, you can move with your group a little bit and then lead with the Marine and see where the mines start, and then be very careful from there on. And then if you think there might be, like, an area where there's no more mines for a bit, you can send a Marine through again. See, he's making the academy. The academy's late, though. Like, it's going to be a while before... and do you see how he's walking around the side? He's like, it's less likely there's a lot of mines out here, so, like, maybe he can get around. Yeah, see this? See this? He's like, yeah, much less likely you put mines over here. Smart moves here from Sharp. I don't know that he's going to find any damage, though. I think that this has been already enough intel. You can see a single mine there. Going to catch this SCV. A mine pops up, so he's going to be careful there for a moment. Looks like Rush is going to try another run-in. Yeah, that's not going to do very well. Oh, they all get stuck together. I guess you'll get a couple SCVs, but yeah, not nearly as good as before. So Rush with a nice lead. He's on 5 facts. Sharp is fielding a lot of units. He has 4 factories of his own. I tell you, it's fun to watch this from Sharp because, again, I use this build that he's using all the time. Like, I got it from him. It's just like a variation on other builds that are similar, but like his variation is really nice, and I like it. But I also get into literally this exact same position where their vultures ran in, killed some extra SCVs, and I'm roaming with 4 facts trying to figure out what to do. Like, I know this spot so well, and I know exactly what it feels like and the difficulties. And you can see it's like Rush is... This is really nice Rush. He's just... You have to target with your siege tanks here. See? Great targeting from Rush. Blows up 2 tanks at once. And you know what? Excellent from Sharp. Excellent to blow all that up. Suddenly, this becomes infinitely more playable for Sharp. And he's actually got the vulture advantage, so he can actually take some map control. Like, definitely we have more SCVs on Rush's side. I don't know exactly what the numbers would be right now, but for sure, better SCV coverage on Rush. But Sharp has a lot of vultures out here. He's able to lay mines around, get some good scouting, get some good intel. Third base actually being started by Sharp first. The SCV denials that we've seen down at 6 o'clock have done very well for Sharp. Rush is really, really slow in this new base. Like, he really should be making it as well. Kind of an interesting siege location. It seems like he does want to take 6 o'clock, and he's just kind of like cutting off these edges where you might be able to attack in. Barracks being remade. Taking that mineral base, by the way, it's like the close, easy one to take. But mineral bases are not super useful in this matchup. Like, yeah, you can flood more vultures, but... Well, Sharp, first off, he should go for a 3rd add-on, most likely, here. But he might just go Starport, try to get +2 and stuff like that, and just let the extra vultures do a lot for him. But that can be difficult. Like, the Siege Tank is really the key unit in this matchup, without question. So Rush with a decent siege there. Has the barracks spotting a little bit for him as well. Good scout. Rush is taking his 3rd a lot later. He did make a new command center, so that's good. He's going to float that over to 6. Only 2 add-ons still. Huge amount of SCVs for Rush, by the way. Rush, like, seriously, he already has all the SCVs he needs for the game. Like, to be fair, in TVT, you can go up to, like, 90 SCVs sometimes. But, like, Rush right now probably has 70 SCVs. It's kind of crazy. His saturation was insane in there. Okay, a little drop coming up here from Rush. Oh, Siege Tank, probably 2 Vulture, is my guess. Being blocked really well from Sharp. Very, very good block. And, oh, he's already got a Wraith with another Wraith on the way. Very nice. Sharp has recovered out of this crappy position so well. Like, this is really one of Sharp's superpowers. I'm going to actually, because TVT can be a little bit slow while we watch, like, the siege lines. And this is a pretty action-packed TVT, I would say, though, as well. This is a really funny thing about Sharp, and I find it with my own play as well. You know, this is one of the reasons why Sharp is, like, my favorite player to watch. He plays the closest to how I play. Like, I really like his builds all the time. I take a lot of stuff from him. But Sharp is actually, like, one of the best players from behind. He gets behind at the beginning of almost every TVT I see. I watch a lot of Sharp TVT. He is almost always definitionally behind at the beginning. Like those, you saw how many SCVs he lost at the beginning of the game. The thing is, he's almost better from that position. I feel very similarly. Like, I get ahead a lot. Any games that I personally get ahead in TVT, I throw so many of them. It's insane. Like, I don't know how to finish anyone. Whereas if I'm behind, I've talked about this a little bit before on the show, but if I'm behind, like, I know how to fight back and end up taking the victory. I don't understand it from ahead. It feels like the same thing with Sharp, where, like, he was definitely behind, and then you look at this, and it's like, well, yeah, Rush does technically have more supply, and he double expanded there and stuff, but, like, Sharp is playing this really well, and I don't view him as dead or anything. A lot of times people lose that many SCVs at the beginning. It's like, how do you come back? But he's actually, like, he's keeping half the map. Like, he's playing really well, right? I don't know. It's a funny thing because he chooses to open in ways that don't lend themselves to map control, and his opponents punish him because of that, but he knows how to fight back right out of them. Anyways, I don't know. You can let me know what you think about that if you like in the comments and everything, or in the chat. It's something I think about from time to time, and it really shows itself with Sharp. So this is, again, very good harassment from Rush, who is crushing in the SCV counts and just hurting Sharp's SCVs even more. But Sharp's economy is big enough, he can replace those SCVs. This is not the end of the world. You see 25 supply advantage for Sharp. I mean, for Rush. I would say that's almost all SCVs. Like, yeah. Rush has a bajillion SCVs right now, and you can lose a lot of SCVs in this matchup and, excuse me, still come back. It's just like a funny matchup like that. Like, SCVs are some of the better fighting units we have. You just kind of run them into the tanks and stuff and bring the splash damage. You're like little tiny zealots or something. Now, Sharp moving up the right side of the map. That's kind of a funny position to try to push, but it looks like it gets blocked pretty quickly. A nice minefield there. Missile turret's going to start to be made as we now have 5 bases here for Rush. That is one thing we definitely have to give some credit for, is the speed with which the 5th base came up for Rush this game. It's been up for a bit. And, like, that's starting to get him ahead a little bit. I would put Rush mechanically above Sharp. He's really good at this type of thing, like setting up these bases. That's definitely something Sharp's going to have to think about as well. Like, that additional gas makes a big difference. You can see Rush is maxed here. It's going to be hard for Sharp to push through areas because they're going to, like, he's not pushing against less supply. He's pushing against more supply. This looks to me, by the way, because it, like, if Sharp was ahead here, like, I would be thinking, okay, this is probably a 35-minute game. I'm looking at this, Unless, like, for instance, this drop does a lot, which I don't think it's going to. I think this is going to be a really long game. This could be an almost mined-out map game. Just knowing the way Sharp plays. Let's see how this drop does, though. How quickly can Sharp deal with this? Oh, really quickly. Super quickly. Because, like, Sharp... What is it? What do you call it? Snake blood or something? He's got snake blood. You just can't kill him. You cannot kill this guy TVT. He's like the comeback master of all time. I've seen him come back in worse positions against Flash. Like, it's pretty wild. He's just really good at kind of like carving out little areas and just doing what he needs to do from these weird spots. I think not many people have that type of experience. Okay, so top right seems like... What is going on there? Is that mines in the top right? I'm not entirely sure. Meanwhile, in the middle, Rush is pushing through some of what Sharp has done here. Realistically, like, unless you're going to bring basically your whole supply to the center, I almost feel like you should just leave it half-half. Because what Rush just did there, he gave a lot back to Sharp. He gave a lot back. Now, the middle is so open that even if you get 60% of that middle, it doesn't actually change the map control. So, well, this does, though. If he starts to take one of these ramps, that's where it starts to actually make a big difference. So I think that Rush just kind of did a little bit of throwing there, but he has a lot of dropships, as you can see. So he has a lot of potential to go around and, you know, find different areas to get some damage, to take some room back on the map as well. All right, looks like he's going to drop over on this right-hand side. Now, this is very powerful. If you can deny these two bases for a little bit, you might be able to just overwhelm, even in TVT. Good move. He moves back into a sieged position. Goes a little bit too far forward there. He should really try to keep every little unit he has alive here. Doesn't have any anti-air there, so it's very easy to get cleared out. The dropship counts are getting pretty insane. Sharp with barely any bank. Down about 50 supply right now. Wraiths come in and clear out one of Sharp's dropships. Huge amount still flying in here. Yeah, I don't know if you're supposed to do that. If you lose those dropships, the game can really turn on its head. That's like, what, 8, 9 dropships? Dropship with 2 tanks is 6 supply. One with 4 Goliaths is 8. So it's like, okay, how much supply is in here? It's a lot, man. I mean, 10. 10 with 4 Goliaths. But, yeah. That is a hell of a lot of his supply tied up in those dropships. I'm surprised how many vultures we're still seeing on the map. Like, you don't really need to make vultures anymore. They can suck up some damage. They don't have very much value. They don't do much damage. Mines don't hit often, and then a mine, of course, hits right there. But it doesn't happen often at this point in the game. Oh, pretty good catch. Gets one of the dropships, almost gets a second. Sharp trying to reinforce center. Oh, yeah. Okay, so 3 and 9 haven't been taken yet. 3 o'clock going to be taken by Rush. 9, it doesn't seem like anyone's even really tried to take that yet. But that's going to be really important. There's almost every map has like 2 bases in Terran versus Terran that you're not really sure who they're going to go to. It's kind of like the 2 bases that get warred about last. And either there starts to become imbalances in the position where you can start hurting each other again, or it turns into a battlecruiser game. This is such a wide open map. I don't think we're going to see a battlecruiser game here. I think at a lower level, you might see that. But I think there's just enough imbalances in the position where the dropship play will continue to be used. Heavy, heavy dropship coming in here from Rush. Even that area right there is really valuable because that could secure 9, by the way. Hey, flies in a couple dropships. Ooh, single file coming in. Very messy here from Sharp. I think he will be able to kill off this base. A lot of dropships coming over to maybe help out, though. In the meantime, that 9 o'clock, he's drawing attention to it. Oh, the dropship's making a big move here. That's not a bad unload spot, actually, right there. That could have been really strong. That controls like 4 bases, that exact location. Drops right on top of a mine. Another mine hits him. Mines are still very good against unloading dropships. It's just not attack moving armies as much. So that's a strong drop. I do think it'll get cleaned. Like, it's been pretty injured from those mines. It's just not many dropships for Sharp. So, like, him cleaning things is less efficient and takes longer. Which is definitely a problem. Like, generally, you just want to have a lot of dropships. And, like, later in the game, a lot of dropship play is dropping on your opponent's drop. Like, someone tries to drop somewhere like this, and then you just drop right on top of them and whatever units you have nearby attack as well, and then you clear it, right? That's, like, a lot of times how later TVT goes. All right. A bunch of ports being made. Now, most likely that'll be for Battlecruiser. Occasionally you'll see Wraiths later in the game. This game, I would say absolutely not. If your opponent has a lot of dropships, the Wraiths can make sense. Yeah, and you can see the physics lab. But yeah, if they have, like, for instance, in Sharp's position, if he had a little bit bigger economy than Rush, and Rush is flying around with all these dropships, you might look at it and say, oh, actually, I'd like to make Wraiths here and try to clean things up with that. That's not what's going on, though. It's the other way around. So it looks like Rush will likely go Battlecruisers. Now, if you're going to... There's different ways to go Battlecruiser. You can make just a small amount and combo them with your dropships to break an area. Or you can, like, really commit. I mean, there are middling numbers, too. But, like, basically what you're going to want to do is clean out your vultures. Like, you know, lay mines, whatever. But let them die. And start cleaning out some SCVs. Keep decent saturation on some of your bases. But, like, you no longer want... If you had 80 SCVs, which is not uncommon in TVT. You don't want to have 80 anymore when you start going Battlecruiser, generally. You could in this particular spot, just because, you know, Sharp is far enough behind, he can't go Battlecruiser yet. But, like, if it's Battlecruiser versus Battlecruiser, you have 80 SCVs and your opponent drops down to 40, like, they're just going to kill you with more Battlecruisers. Sharp can't do that. So, like, there's more flexibility in how Rush can play the position. That doesn't help us, Observer. There's a bug with watching StarCraft where when you try to show vision... It doesn't show you what the player is actually seeing. It just deletes everything that's under the fog of war. It's like, yeah, see, it's empty. He hasn't seen it. No, that doesn't mean that at all. He could have scanned that and already seen it. I don't know. And that, yeah. that leads the audience astray when he takes the vision off. There's like, see, doesn't see. No, man. No. You clearly don't watch enough StarCraft. Yeah, so looks like Rush trying to push into this space. I think Sharp holds this really easily. Pretty cost inefficient here from Rush. But again, he's going to want to lose some units if he's going to go Battlecruiser. He might just be getting ready for Battlecruiser. Sometimes you start preparing for BC. Wow, that was nice. That was nice. Stopping the space is great. But sometimes you start preparing for BC, but you just keep going for regular ground units. And you'll just switch to BC when the time is right. Like, maybe you both equaled out each other's armies or something like that. See, for now, he just makes 3 more dropships. So, yeah, he's going to... That is not a bad play. I'm sure he has double armory going with Battlecruiser upgrades. He should get the... Battlecruiser Energy is actually a really, really important upgrade. And, of course, Yamato. That is a lot of dropships. 9 dropships right now. Land a few mines. Sharp's still unable to clear this. That is painful. It's getting worse and worse for Sharp now. 3 and 9. So basically, Rush denying top right and making 3 and 9 really difficult for Sharp is super key, because Sharp actually has to clear top right, and he needs either 3 or 9 to have a chance to win this game, realistically. All right, Rush trying to drop on top of these tanks, and he will be able to eliminate them. Not the most efficient, but that's okay. Just getting rid of a base is huge here. Even getting rid of the eBay, if that's the only one, is pretty huge. Rush, I mean, Sharp, like, Rush has killed so many dropships. This is the first time I think I've seen Sharp with more than 3 dropships. It's important to have similar numbers to your opponent if you're going to do drops on drops. 10 here for Rush. Looks like Rush going to try to retake 3 o'clock. Already taking that gas. Trying to suck up as many resources as you possibly can. So important that Sharp clears that top right. So right now, if Sharp can clear top right really quickly and then deny 9, there's still chances to win this game. I know it looks crazy, and it seems like Rush has been way ahead, and he has been. But TVT games, like, you can get so cost efficient. It can be so wasteful breaking certain locations, you know? It's like oftentimes when you break a base, you lose so much more money-wise than what you broke. So if they take the base back reasonably, then it's like, yeah, actually you got a little behind by that, possibly. Of course, it matters, as all things do. Oof. Okay. Right now we're hitting death. Okay, so that is Rush wins the winner bracket. All right, here we go into this is the loser bracket. Round 1, I guess. Yeah. So it's going to be Tobo, aka YSC in the top right, and in the top left, it's going to be Mong. So yeah, big time macro Terran going up against Tobo, who has some strong PVTs. A little bit cheesy, a little bit aggressive, but we'll see what he does here. Big 4-player map. You never know. I think Tobo has a pretty good range in the matchup. He definitely has shown some really strong PVT at times. I feel like every time we see him try to do like a 1 base all in, it ends up backfiring on him. But yeah, I guess we'll see. Man, a lot of fun games here today. Hope that you guys are enjoying. Hope that you're still here. I would love to know in the comments if you guys watch the entirety of all the ASL qualifiers as well as the ASL tournament. I do wonder about that. If people are kind of just cherry picking, like, oh no, I like this player or I like this matchup or whatever it is. For me personally, you can't keep me away from an ASL game. Like, I want to see the entire full story of the season. Exactly how everyone's playing, whether it's a ZVZ, PvP, qualifier, season open, whatever it might be, ACS. I really like to try to keep up with all of it, to have that kind of full storyline in my head of what's going on, since, you know, it's the most important tournament out there. So yeah, really crowns who's doing the best at a moment. It's very exciting. So looks like probably a factory expansion here going up against, well, we don't know yet from Tobo, but probably just a expansion. Regular, like, Dragoon expand is my best guess at this point. And yeah, it looks like a very fast scout coming out of Mong. He's going to be able to scout Tobo first, which is really useful. Just seeing if they're going to make a Zealot is really good. It's been really trendy lately, if you scout Protoss first, to block their natural with an engineering bay. I don't know why that really wasn't trendy for a long time, but yeah, it is now. Like, what you do is you wait around till the Cybernetics core finishes, and then you go down. Because if there's going to be a Zealot, obviously the Zealot would destroy the building eBay in like 2 seconds. But if it doesn't pop out, then you're like, oh, he's going Dragoon, and you have 32 seconds to do what you want. But in this particular game, I don't know if Mong was thinking about that, but since a probe is on top of the SCV, it doesn't really pay to go down and try to do that. If they're leaving your SCV alone, though, it's like, it's quite good. And then it's like, well, does a Dragoon stay here and fight it? Do you try to use probes to clear it? It just becomes really annoying. Okay, so that is a very clear Dragoon into Nexus. And that's actually a really quick Dragoon. That's what can happen if you don't scout. You save those extra minerals. That Dragoon was like 3-4 seconds quicker than normal. That's pretty crazy. Really good optimizations there from YSC for sure. But yeah, that's a very clear rangeless expansion. So Mong knows he doesn't like, well, he can get a bunker, but generally if you see it like this, it's like they don't move across the map with it because you have no range, so it doesn't really beat anything. And look, 1 Marine, that's very Flash-esque. Mong is definitely a big fan of Flash and trying to play like him. But yeah, like 1 Marine, CC, add-on, Vulture, 2nd Marine. That's like, that's peak greed from Terran, basically, in this position. Definitely doable, but you have to understand exactly how to play if they do something dumb like send their Dragoon across the map. Because if you know exactly what to do against that, you're good. And if you don't, like, you can actually, things can fall apart. Wow, he took too long on the 2nd shot. The probe lives, and he loses that first Vulture. Losing your first Vulture is pretty darn painful. Because it's the one that's out on the map. It's what is keeping the Dragoons at home. So, highly annoying there for Mong. YSC, notice how he instantly moves out when the Vulture dies. Because he knows there's not a 2nd Vulture walking around out there. So he checks. He actually sees 5 Marines in a tank. Absolutely, he needs to run back. He shouldn't even micro against this. Just run all the way back. Like, maybe on your high ground. I don't know exactly when he started range here. But he also wants to make sure he has 4 goons. 3 goons don't do anything against this. 3 goons is kind of garbage here. Oh, not good micro here from Mong at all. So, that 1 Marine was behind the tank and made it stuck. What he needed to do is, as soon as the Dragoons came, let his Marines attack the Dragoons and run away with the tank. If he had done it just right, the tank would have gotten away. And if YSC didn't immediately turn around, he would have taken huge damage on the goons. And he actually took pretty big damage still. But, like, outdoes Mong there. Third Nexus. At 5:45 after killing the first tank and the first Vulture. Really good from YSC. Really good. Yeah, he's putting out a nice game. Definitely has the advantage. Definitely has the advantage. Yeah, I like his position so much more right now than I like Mong's. Range is done. Hides the probe. Dragoon's coming back. Yeah, he's just going to take this slow and easy. Clear those 2 Vultures. Not going to let them out. This is nice, methodical play. Really good, like, causation? No, that's not the right word. But, like, YSC is basically looking at what's happening, altering his play to match it. It's really, really good. Like, he's putting out an excellent game. Like, this is exactly the right way to deal with these 2 Vultures. Let them attack. What? He let one slip out? What? Okay, and this is a good play from Mong, but look at that pylon wall. Oh, that's hilarious. I'm not used enough to this map yet. There was a hole in the bottom. That's so funny, because the pylon wall was, like, perfect and perfectly timed, and instead now he takes some damage. Not huge damage, but still. Okay, Armory is spinning. Academy is on the way. We have a shuttle out there. Little wall against the vultures. Again, really solid play from ISC. I am impressed with him today. Like, he kind of messed up that one base all in against Rush. Rush is in peak shape, though, so we can't say too much about that. His game against Effort was excellent. The game here, it's just like really, really strong. Really strong performance from him so far. Mong adding a couple factories. He'll probably just go into a third base here is my guess. He's going up to 4 fact. If you're going to 4 factory around this time, it's like, it would be quite surprising to see anything other than taking a third. Oof. A little bit sloppy. Loses a couple goons. He has an observer on the edge of the base. I would like to see him just poke in a little bit with that. Oh! 2 more! Okay, he started that, the 5th factory, actually, shortly after we saw the 4 on screen. And then he just started 6th. So Mong is going to be going for a push. Now, YSC, what he needs to do here, you guys know it if you watch my ArtosisCasts casting channel. We need 8 gates. We need zealot legs. Incredibly important. And if you're making Reavers, you keep making them. And you have to slow this push down a little bit. Have to make it siege a couple times on the way across the map. Good move here. Mong moving out before he's actually ready for the push. He will be pushing pretty soon. But we have nothing in position to slow him down. How many gates? 5, 6. Only 6 gates. Get those Reavers out there. Clearing some of the random mines on the side. Realistically, that's kind of what you want to see here. Few defensive anti-Reaver mines go up. All right, this is exactly how you should be doing it from Tobo. I like where he's standing with those, just on the high ground. Can force at least 1 siege there. And there you go. He's adding the other gates. Okay, Templar Archives, that's his continuation. Getting ready for the 4th base. I'm sure he's getting zealot legs. Okay, 1 vulture gets in. That's really annoying. Hopefully he can deal with that without taking too much damage. Oh, almost. He should have drilled to block it rather than just 1 probe. Okay, he's going to eliminate this. More vultures coming up to lay mines. If he just lays mines, like, in between instead of trying to run in, well, he's going to... Well, he got in. Never mind. That's way better than what I was going to suggest. That's way better. I didn't think that he was going to be able to do that, but I thought it might use up time where he could have laid mines in a really good spot. Oh, my God. Dude, Mong is just crushing right now. Now, one thing to note. Okay, this has to be microed well. And he... Okay, well, he forces a siege. A siege occurs, whether he forced it or not. And he saves the Reaver, so that's important. A good amount of vultures did die there. Okay, so that's one thing. The worker count for Tobo is not super great right now. He's got to be careful not to set off a ton of mines with his zealots. Where's his observer? Yeah, forces another siege. Every siege you force is really important. Don't forget, it takes 25 seconds for a zealot round to build. So every time you stall them by 25 seconds, you have 8 more speed zealots, right? It makes a huge, huge difference in holding this. 3rd base up behind. Now, if they're, like... Here's the thing. If you don't attack here, let's say you just set up this minefield, you build a missile turret, you take your 3rd base, as we see, you just keep macroing up, okay? Now, you're going to way outscale the regular army that's being made, but we did see Tobo already add a Psy Storm Academy, whatever that thing's called, right? Templar Archives, that's it. Now, there will be storms for when you actually push. Okay? Instead of, if he had pushed, no storms. But maybe Tobo's army's big enough to just crush him. Now you will have to deal with storms, and your opponent should be taking a 4th, and he should be thinking about taking a 5th really quickly here as well So these are kind of the little trade-offs you have to look at and be like, okay, which one is more likely for me to win during? Now, I think in the current metagame and how good Protosses have become at stopping some of these pushes, I actually really like how Mong is playing this. Very much so. The place he sieged is really strong. He's kind of in a forward position. He's still trying to move some vultures around. He definitely needs to be very careful about drop play because this is how Tobo is going to try to get ahead while Mong is trying to outscale him. Now, here we go. Flying in. We have double missile turret here. It kills the first shuttle. That's a pretty good size storm. That got a fair amount of units. A fair amount of SCVs. Double Reaver into the main base. Ooh, let's see what these Scarabs look like. No, not the best so far. Okay, eliminating a few vultures here and there. Okay, okay. Not the best, but okay. You can put up with a little bit of messiness here. I have to say, Mong's games are impressive today. He is an underrated Terran. This is good, solid play. Damn, he wrecked that Chrysalis. There's a group of vultures down at 6. I was waiting to see what he was going to do with that. I thought he was going to maybe run around up the ramp and try to intercept probes going to bottom right, but I think they're already there, so that might not work. Fair amount of High Templars, tons of Zealots out. Tobo's maxed. Okay, so we're not getting the army much better than it is right now. It's very, very gateway heavy. I don't know exactly how many shuttles he has at the moment. He has that one there. That one there. I like the mine spread. Mong's overall defense looks really good, but he's only 3 base, don't forget. Now, he's moving forward slowly but surely. There is a group of units out on the map for Tobo. I think it's mostly Dragoons, so it's not going to be that great at... Yeah, it looks like Dragoons the way it's moving. It's not going to be great at flanking, unfortunately. This is very siege tank heavy. This spread from Mong is amazing. That is an amazingly good spread. He's really a monster in TVP. Like, it's not a joke. Mong has one of the best TVPs out there. If he hits his macro, like, look at this push. He's at, like, no minerals. He's got a gigantic amount of supply. The way he spreads his tanks is beautiful. He's adding a few missile turrets. He's zoning things with vultures. He's being pretty active on the map without wasting too many units. He is damn good at the matchup. And this isn't, like, a surprise or anything. Like, Mong's been known for being specifically weak against Zerg. That's like, Zerg players, when he makes to the round of 16, they pick him up really quickly. Protoss players never pick him. All right, little drop coming out here from Tobo. I think Tobo might be screwed, though. Yeah, endless units coming out of those gateways and just being evaporated. Tobo's going to GG, and that means that Mong goes to the loser bracket finals. All right, we can call this the loser bracket final. Sharp versus Mong. And it's going to be on attitude. So we have Mong in the bottom left. We have Sharp in the top right. Another Terran versus Terran. In fact, Terran versus Terran for the rest of the time, I guess. Hope you guys stay with us. Should be very entertaining. 3 very different styled players going at it. Macro-heavy Mong. Kind of a... I don't know how to describe Sharps. It's like very scrappy TVT in Sharp, and whoever goes on to play against Rush, of course. You know, that's going to be a very fun match where Rush is a little bit more modern than both of them, in a way. Although Mong's style is pretty modern, because all modern StarCraft kind of went towards, at least for the Terran players, went towards more mechanical, macro-oriented play. Anyways, thank you again, guys, everyone, for watching. I hope that you are enjoying. And, yeah, so I guess let's see how this goes down. The cross spawn from these guys, like, if they happen to do something like a command center first, it's going to be really, really powerful. Even a gasless expansion. looks like on Mong's side, he might be going command center first. And this is just a forward barracks out of Sharp into the gas. So, like, Mong is definitely having a little bit of an edge here. He actually, that's funny, he started pulling SCV and then he put it back. That wasn't the right time for CC versus pull the SCV. I think he got a little ahead of himself. That's funny to see. Happens to all of us. But yeah, gets down here at 400 minerals and will make that. So this is basically best case scenario for Mong. But that doesn't mean it's just a free win. If you play the position from Sharp's side really well, you can get close to even. Like, you have to nail your SCVs and you have to try to put some pressure on. There's a few problems, though. Well, first off, his barracks is a little bit forward, so that is helpful. Both in the regards to potentially putting pressure on more quickly, but also scouting more quickly. Because that's one of the things that can go wrong with cross-spawn command center first, is you can't get your scout in and you don't know if they're going vulture or something else necessarily right away. Also, don't forget, there are different, like, kind of cheesy builds you could do as Sharp here. It looks like he actually went 11 gas based on that factory time, and that was like a 224 factory, so that's very, very fast. And when he gets down here, I think Sharp will probably be a little bit unhappy with what he scouts, that it is a command center first in the cross spawn. It is definitely difficult to play against. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Sharp wants to do. So he's already lifted his barracks, normal. He gets in there, he sees, okay, this is command center first. His factory is finishing up. Did he go add-on? Now, there's a few different ways you can play. No, he didn't. He went Vulture. Okay. I do prefer the Vulture as opposed to a super fast add-on. You want to be able to kill the SCV and make it at least a little bit confusing as to what's happening. So Mong is getting that bunker up. Oh my god. 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 Okay. So he blocks everything just fine. Sharp goes for the command center. The scout SCV of Mong is gone. And a proxy port. Okay, this is what we were kind of wondering about. So a proxy starport, like a lot of Terran players like this against command center first. And in fact, you can see he's even skipped getting his add-on until a little bit later. Now, if you go 3 factory vulture from Mong's position and your opponent is going vulture drop, you're generally going to be favored there. And by the way, he's making even another vulture. That's crazy. I haven't seen it done like this. I have not ever seen it done like this. Wow. I imagine he's going dropship. I mean, I guess there's a world in which he could go Wraith and Cloak, but generally you go dropship and then you make a Wraith. The fact that he has no add-on... Oh my god! He's going Cloak! Sharp, you madman! I think he's going to run by this bunker with his vultures and go Wraith. What? Now, back at home... Wait a minute. No, he is going to drop, but he's getting Cloak so that he'll have Cloak when the first Wraith pops. Damn. Seriously, I've never seen this. I've never seen it done quite like this. The thing that's throwing me off, guys, is the lack of add-ons. So he has no mines, and he has no... oh my god, he drew the Marines out with the barracks. He has no mines, and he has no speed. So he's killing a lot of SCVs right now. So by now, he's already got an SCV advantage, Sharp does. Picks up, he's only lost a single vulture so far. He's taken a lot of damage on that barracks. And he's going to have to make a wall, by the way. It's really important. In fact, he should make a bunker. But he's only got 1 Marine, so I understand if he doesn't make the bunker. Okay, he is making the bunker. But yeah, you need that because your opponent's going 3 factory vulture, and you just don't have enough units to hold that. You can make a full wall and try to hold it with tanks, but it's a little bit messy. The bunker helps immensely with holding that. It's just consistent damage on the vultures. But yeah, you have to make a wall when you do a like quick dropship play against 3 factory vulture, because otherwise they literally go across the map and kill you. Now, the Cloaked Wraith is actually doing decently so far. 2 kills so far. 1 is a Marine, which doesn't really matter all that much. He is getting ComSat, not going for an engineering bay or anything like that, and I think that's definitely correct. I don't think you want eBay here quickly. As Mong, your opponent will just kind of run out of energy over time. Notice how he's not cloaking yet. Trying to save up that mana as much as possible. These vultures looking to see if they can do anything up here, but with double siege tank as well as the bunker, not going to be the case. This is a very cool build from Sharp. 4 kills and 4 kills. 8 kills. Dude, he's dealing so much damage. It's crazy. Oh my god. And now finally cloaks. Gets another SCV. Maybe even one more on the way out. Ooh. He really should probably just lift that off and send it home. He's being so annoying with the wraiths. This reminds me of when I play a pro gamer. They get wraiths in my base and it doesn't matter. It just keeps killing SCVs. The movement's too good. Damn. Really good from Sharp. And again, Mong has had pretty, like, normal macro play here. Like, this is a pretty normal way to play the build that he's played. And Sharp just kind of outthought him with the opener. The no add-on, no mines, no speed is so different, but it allowed him to drop off as quickly as he possibly could. 3 vultures, which allowed him to kill a lot of SCVs, which is really what you're looking for. Now, he doesn't have any mines out there, so that is in some ways problematic, but he followed up with Wraith. It all fits together, because if he didn't go Wraith with this, if he only went for that, the lack of mines on the map would be problematic, because your opponent could just make siege tanks and send them across, and suddenly he has this amazing containment on you, and you're screwed. But you can't do that. You have to go Goliath, because he went 2 cloaked Wraiths. So he forces the Goliaths, he slows down the siege tanks, and hopefully for Sharp, he has his ComSats finishing up. Yeah, there's the ComSats. And now he can start clearing the mines and get back onto the map. This is, like... Sharp is so smart. It's crazy. His siege tank count is really good. The supplies are even right now, but a lot more vultures for Mong. So that means the quality of supply here for Sharp is vastly superior. Clears out that third base location of mines. I don't know if that was the best place to clear out for mines. Like, I guess if you're going to take that base pretty quickly, maybe. But I feel like you want to get into the middle a little bit. You have to protect your lanes. So important in Terran vs. Terrans to protect your lanes. Oops. Loses a Wraith. It's not the end of the world. Really very cool game so far. Mong has a big army across the map, by the way. Big, scary army. Another drop coming in. This Goliath was sitting here waiting. Oh, there's a siege tank behind the minimap. Nice. Whoa! Hey, there you go. Gets 4 SCVs as well as the one with the mine. Very, very well done. This is some great play from Sharp. And the place that he sieged up kind of protects that 3 o'clock gas expansion. So that's nice. He could take either one right now. The mineral one is super easy to take, and then the gas one is like, I think he can take it. He's setting up a nice siege line, has a good amount of mines out there. He does need to clear the mines up on that third base if that's where he wants to take it. You can see Mong kind of moving back and forth. I think he's trying to figure out if there's a spot that he can actually break. His army, I would say the ground army is a little bit better for Mong. But not better enough that I would suggest that he attacks. But what he's doing is he's moving back and forth looking for a position because Sharp is on the defense. So he has some tanks sieged. So like let's say he has 3 tanks siege one place and the rest of the tanks another place. Like if it's 3 and then 4, like maybe you can attack the place with 3 with your full army. That type of thing. Ooh. Dude. This is giving me great pleasure and great joy to watch Sharp dismantle a command center first cross spawn. Well, that's unfortunate. Loses a couple extra tanks. Great move from Mong there, moving them around the side of those doodads. Getting that proper scan off. His own third base is going to be finishing up pretty soon. Sharp already mining from that mineral base. Don't think that went off. I think he killed that in time. Okay, he sieges up. This is going to be the fourth base. Now, there is a little bit of a problem here. If Mong shoves all of his units to the north, he will break it. 100%. In fact, he brings all his units back to the center, he'll break this too. Sharp is spread a little bit too thin. You can't just leave 4 siege tanks out like that. This was a really good move from Mong. Nice siege line gets set up here. Mong might be pushing a little bit too much. He's beyond the 50% line on the map, so it's like a powerful area that he's in general. But Sharp's macro is going to start really hitting now, and he's going to be able to just roll through spots. Now, look, he has a ton of vultures down here, so what we might see is him just destroy the SCVs. But, like, Sharp is really in control right now. Kills a few SCVs, gets rid of the Goliaths, stops mining. Meantime, oh, okay. Nice little move from Mong. Stopping anything from really getting up here to mine for now. Sharp sending just a couple vultures that'll get eaten up right there. Right now, I think the really important thing, because they're both running vultures around the sides, and that's really good, that's really strong, but they both need to pay attention to the center as well. If one of them breaks the center line of tanks, the game is going to fall apart really quickly. You can't have your central line get broken because everything will get divided up. Like, they'll just move into a really strong position really quickly that you're going to have a very hard time breaking because you already lost a bunch of supply. Some missile turrets going off to the sides. Sharp has set up on 4 bases. He's getting his SCVs mining there right now. Mong building up a missile turret there. So that kind of tells us that he's thinking about staying in that area for a really long time. Like reinforcing that specific spot. But you can see, it's kind of, watching Terran vs. Terran is kind of like watching Go. Right? You can see like this curvature of a line where Sharp is trying to encircle where Mong is. And then Mong is trying to break through up there to the north. And he does have a lot of siege tanks there, so there is some potential on it. But overall, looking at the shapes on the map, like, definitely Sharp is in a better spot right now. A little drop comes out from Mong, but Sharp answers it reasonably quickly. Good scan there from Mong. Got to target that tank if he can. Another drop in the top right. Getting... Oh, wow. He actually catches Sharp there a little bit. There's so much action going on right now that Sharp is having a hard time keeping up with it. And he actually forces Sharp out of 12 o'clock. Really well done. Now, in the meantime, look at this. Sharp is finding a hole in this line. Moves forward into the center a little bit. Strong kind of forward position. Don't forget, Mong does not have a third gas. Third gas makes a big, big difference. Doesn't have that quite yet. A lot of damage dealt to Sharp's economy in here. Earlier on, the damage was dealt mostly to Mong's economy. Sharp still controls most of the right of the map. It's just this 12 o'clock base. Oh, that's way too far. He should not be doing it. This is like a throwing maneuver. He's trying to figure out how most quickly to lose his advantage. That is not what you do there. So that type of position, if he had just sieged up on the high ground, guarding the ramp so that Sharp can't enter the ramp, it becomes so difficult for Sharp to retake that right now. It's not like he has a bunch of drop ships or a bunch of wraiths or anything like that. That would have been really gross. Instead, he moved all the way up and allowed Sharp to just kill it easily from low ground. So he easily killed the 4 tanks with a much bigger army. That was a huge mistake from Mong. And Mong just got +2. Sharp just got +2. Definitely some mistakes being made right there, unfortunately. Now, Sharp choking up this little area. Lots of mines being laid all over. The 3rd gas is being taken again. The 4th gas is taken from Sharp. You see he's expanded there to that 3 o'clock base during this time. Maintaining a bit of an advantage. Mong is making wraiths. We saw that in the base. I don't think I said that, but just keep that in mind. That could come in very handy in a little bit here. We don't see a lot of Goliaths on the map. There's like, well, that one that just evaporated. Mong being a little bit wasteful with those vultures as he moves forward. All right, sends up his vultures to harass these minerals a little bit. We'll get some damage done on those miners. And here come those wraiths. That's actually great usage of the wraiths right now. Like, he could keep making them and try to make like a bigger surprise later, but killing those 4 tanks that are kind of holding that position is really powerful. This is a very back and forth game. Like, Sharp was super outdoing him in the beginning, but Mong has actually made really good headway. Killing those tanks with the wraiths on the side is super important. Look at how close he is to this mineral base. He's got a lot of power here. He's taking over, like, the top part of the map. The bottom part has a lot of mines, but not a lot of anything else. So, like, if all the attention is up here and Sharp is trying to hold on to here, if we see a sudden shift from Mong towards the bottom part, and, like, he hits that 3 o'clock base, I don't think Sharp's going to be able to stop him. Like, just a very quick shift in the other direction. Like, you're hitting here, hitting here, hitting here. Sharp's reinforcing. Bam, hit the other location. Well, he's bringing some more units up here, 212. Okay, that's a very good move since there's no units up there. You got to get in. It's like 1 siege tank. You can easily deal with that with vultures. Going to kill a lot of SCVs here. Sharp running away. Sharp doing the same to his mineral base. Walks through mines a bit there. All right, the wraiths are actually scouting the right side of the map now. So I guess that's a pretty useful way to use them. A few missile turrets being made at that 4th base by Sharp. That's a very important base for him right now. He needs to hold on to that. He has definitely a few units towards the bottom. I think they're just vultures. That's what it looks like, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Oh, okay. He does have a few Goliaths and tanks in there. Okay, so that could be a little bit more difficult to clean up now. Looks like we're having a shift away. Like, Mong has kind of won the 12 o'clock position. He's destroyed that. And now Sharp is kind of counterattacking towards his mineral base. A few vultures run in, but those will be caught as well. Still, they'll trade pretty efficiently here. Kill a fair amount of SCVs. Looks like he's trying to get in range right now of that command center. Annoy the mining even more. Yeah, very little left over. Sharp's just going to give that up, it looks like. This tank actually doing a great job on defense. Some wraiths being made. He's got to make sure he has more wraiths than Mong. This little sieged up position here from Sharp is doing multiple things. Blocking 6 o'clock from being taken. Trying to harass this base. He kind of... Like, he was harassing that base a bit, but he did the same type of move where he moved too close to the edge and allowed Mong to just blow it up with his own tanks. Again, if you stay way far back, where you're basically hitting exactly on the ramp, the tanks can't hit it from low ground. They have to commit to high ground, which is not doable. Now, Sharp's wraiths come out, and there is no anti-air here other than these little wraiths. So as long as Sharp is on top of this, he can win this. Some good moving shots. Yeah, this is a really good moment for Sharp. This is very back and forth. The one thing I think I can note is that, like, I feel like a lot of players would have, like, a lot of really top guys, like Rush, for instance, would have a main base set up right now. Like, he would have gotten something down there and started the command center. Wraith's helping him to push forward with these tanks. But some good anti-air coming. You got to be careful. If you lose that Wraith advantage, Sharp might be able to go over with his own Wraiths and kill your tanks. Do you go Goliaths? Do you go Wraiths? Do you go Valkyries? Lots of questions here on what you want to do unit-wise. Another Vulture raid here from Mong. It's a mineral-only base, so it's not as valuable as some of the others, but really anything at this point is useful. Neither of them coming near max supply. The lower supplies you have, the better the Vultures are going to fare. But you have to be careful at that. It's not exactly a hard rule, because Vultures take up a lot of supply. They're not a supply-efficient unit. If you come from StarCraft 2, think about Roaches, think about Adepts, right? They can be really strong early on, but as you near max, you're like, these are doing crap all for their supply. Kind of a similar thing here, but like with less units overall on the board, the Vultures become much more powerful in every single matchup. It's just like when you start hitting critical masses, they have a hard time. Really nice siege up. I love the 2 Goliaths there as well to make it so you can't clear that with Wraiths too easily. Sharp just going to lift off and leave that base for now. Don't forget, Mong hasn't set up another base. Again, if anyone could set up one more base, God, they'd be in a good spot. No units up here to prevent Mong from walking up the ramp. He is bringing a few units up. Good moves from Sharp, pushing everything back a bit. Wraiths going elsewhere. Mong is switching back into Goliaths, even though he has a lot of gas. I don't know if I agree with that. I almost feel like the Wraiths are doing too much heavy lifting in a way. Now, obviously, if you can actually just fight, it's going to be amazing. He just killed 3 Wraiths. 4 Wraiths. Well, Sharp just sacked 4 Wraiths to kill like 1 extra tank. Definitely not the right type of move, I think, there. But when you're in these kind of weird positions, you can just force so many uncomfortable trades with your Wraiths. Mong's starting to take back parts of the map here. Big shift down to 6 o'clock. Sharp trying to bring his own army down to stop this, but I don't think he'll be able to. You just have to siege up to the right of that command center a little bit. Oh, Sharp gets there in time. Forces a cancel. I would like to see Mong just start a command center that's not at a base and just float towards it and take it all at once. All right, Sharp moving up with his main army. Dropping the age-old trick of dropping SCVs on siege tanks. All right, forcing Mong back out of the center. A good moment here for Sharp. He's split up the 2 armies, this army and the main army of Mong. This is almost the main army of Mong. No, he has so many units over here. But yeah, anytime you can split them up like that and control the center of the map a bit, you're eventually going to be able to just collapse upon that army and kill it off, since it can't be reinforced. Sharp floating a command center down now. I think that's actually the command center that was at his mineral base. Pretty sure. Mong trying to take back part of the center here. Okay, a lot of tanks just kind of randomly off to the side. You know, as I watch this, I feel like they're both playing really well, and they've been very back and forth. But I also feel like there's a little bit of fundamentals in the matchup that a really good ladder Terran would have exploited here. Like certain numbers of siege tanks staying together, that type of thing. Like, I feel like this would have been a good game for speed. I feel like speed would have won this game from either side. Although I think Sharp is better than Speed, if that makes sense. It's kind of like a stylistic type of statement. Okay, Mong clears a bunch of Sharp stuff at the top left. Sharp clears a bunch of Mong stuff at the bottom right. There is a realistic world in which we actually get split map here. The difficult part is if you look at the center, Sharp has a little bit more. So it's a little bit tricky because basically 6 o'clock has to go to Mong and top left. And that's a curvy line that's not very good. Sharp's overall line on the map is way better. And in fact, if he reinforces it really, really heavily, like basically the line he has now, it becomes incredibly hard for Mong. Because top left is hard to take and bottom center is hard to take. And if they're both hard to take, then you just keep on looking for what's weaker and go after it. Oops. Could have had that. No one's switching over to dropships quite yet. I think that might have been what he was just looking for. Oh, okay. We do see a dropship here. We're getting close to where you're definitely going to want dropships. Like, as the supply goes up a bit, because they both lost a fair amount of SCVs as well. Like, generally, after you take 4 bases, we generally see dropships being made. Now, this has been really back and forth where they've denied a lot of mining and been stuck on 4 bases for a long time and very kind of tempo-oriented. So I can't really say it's completely wrong that they don't have that yet. Like, a lot of it's just been, like, pushing powerfully into different positions. But yeah, just something to keep in mind. Dropships are late, but if you clog up the map a little bit, it becomes very good, very important. Okay, now Sharp is actually coming in from the wrong side to try to kill this base, which is hilarious. He's actually going to get the Goliath, so there's no anti-air up there right now. That might pay off, but Mong getting far superior trades in there. Mong denied that bottom right from Sharp, by the way. Not that Mong has taken top left yet, but Mong taking 6 is very, very important, and he's got enough tanks to definitely hold on to that. Like, he probably should build, like, a missile turret or 2. But overall, really good. Okay, the mineral patches are getting very low on a lot of these bases. 12 and 6 are basically the 2 that have, like, really good mining going on. Now, Mong, yeah, Sharp was maybe a little bit too far forward there. Mong gets to clear that pretty well. Okay, big drop from Sharp into here. He clears out what Mong had in the area. Ah, Sharp is expanding to top left. So if he holds bottom right a little bit and can actually get an expansion top left, that's a very game-winning type of move. Okay, he's coming down the ramp with the Vulture tank. Dropping behind is Sharp, reinforcing this position a bit. Yeah, you should be able to hold on that, no problem. Saw a little scan there, I think, from Mong. Just double checking, making sure there's not like an extra base being taken. Floating his command center down to a location where he can get some more gas. Okay, I've changed up the way that we're doing this a little bit since it's TVT. So that I can draw a little bit if I feel like trying to explain it. Trying to explain it just by like, look at the minimap, guys. Try to see what I'm looking at. A little bit difficult. But yeah, so like just take a look at the line that we have here, right, from Sharp. He's also got right here. That's insane. Like just having more than 50% of the map is huge. It doesn't even matter about the bases that much. It's about your opponent's ability to move because the defender's advantage is so strong. So right now, Mong is trying to bust through. He's got basically his entire army. And, okay, he GG's. So Sharp wins that loser bracket, I guess. Yeah, and we'll go up against Rush next. Okay, so this should be our grand finals here. Rush coming from the winner bracket, Sharp from the loser bracket. If Sharp ends up winning this best of 3, I'm not sure what happens there. But we will see. We will see. It will... That's it. We'll see. Okay. The grand finals, guys. Hope you're still with us, still watching. Some great TVTs have been played. I'm going to be drawing on the screen a little bit if this starts going crazy into these positional warfares, because I think it's a lot easier to explain it that way, because it has so much to do with the lines of mines and siege tanks and things like that. It's the most positional matchup by miles. By miles. It's like all that matters, actually, is your position on the map. The base count doesn't even matter all that much. Like, you can be down bases and down upgrades and still win if you have superior position. So, we'll see where that goes. My voice is given out a little bit, just so you guys know. This has been a very, very, very long cast with all these Terran versus Terrans. You know, we just started the grand finals, which is best of 3 Terran versus Terran, and already it's much longer than the first open season video. So we're on Polestar here for map number 1. Rush in the bottom left is red Terran. Sharp in the top right is blue Terran. Looks like they both want to maybe do forward barracks. Yeah, so this one doesn't go too far forward. Sharp is going to go to a little bit further forward. That's the most common spot to see the barracks made in TVT here. Rush's is a little bit more defensive. You know, so it can be a little bit more economical too. Like you send him out a little bit later. Maybe you got 8 more minerals before you sent him, something like that. But either way, these are just, this is like something that you do to make sure that your opponent is not going to get away with, you know, a command center first too much for free. It's just such a powerful build. Gasless as well. And this is like the one way you can really punish it a bit. Also, the Marines that come out help you to scout because you're scouting later after the barracks finishes, which has been trending up, I think, for a while. Okay, so Sharp actually got a quicker gas, it looks like, just slightly. He's, once again, he went 11 gas. And you can see that he doesn't have his second depot. Rush started his second depot before. So it just changes the timing of the factory slightly. It's like it changes it from 5 to 10 seconds. That's about it. And it doesn't change your SCV count significantly. Like, you're going to have a half to 1 more SCV. You can actually see that reflected as the supplies jump up a little bit for Rush. Like, you'll see him maybe pop up to 20 before, see 20, and now Sharp will pop up to 20 in just a moment. See there. So it's approximately half an SCV, or a little bit more than half. But yeah, very fast add-on. That's kind of cool. I actually, this was a triage build that I used for a little bit. And actually, Rush went quick add-on too. Didn't expect that. Expected the Vulture out of him, but that's okay. It's not crazy because it's cross-map. But yeah, like, before I could get my factory at the right time due to mineral boosting, to make up for that, sometimes I went 11 factory just to make sure it was at least as quick as really good mineral boosters. And then you could get the add-on, like, you can get the add-on really quickly when you make it faster. If you make a faster factory, basically, you can do things like just make the add-on right away. We'll see if both sides go vultures or they go siege tanks. Because we see the add-on spinning, I would imagine that it's going to be vultures right away. Some extra gas here from Sharp. Second factory goes up. Don't know if he's going speed or mines. Both sides. Don't know. You can see they're both spreading those out, so it takes a little bit longer to see what's going on with your floating barracks. Now, both speed and mines are okay here. The mines will allow you, like, with an add-on this fast, you'll have your mines up way in advance of your opponent being across the map near you. So you'll be able to put them anywhere you want. Whereas if you get speed really quickly here, you actually already get potential for damage. So unsure which one they'll both be going for. We'll see momentarily. All right, speed for Rush. Speed for Sharp. Okay. Yeah, they're both doing like basically exactly the same thing. Okay, he gets the Marine, so that's pretty valuable. And he is going to get a few SCVs at least. But it's going to be a 3 Vulture advantage for Sharp, especially if he gets that SCV back building the... Yeah, okay, so this turns out it's going to be like the Marines are dead. 3 or 4 Vulture advantage. Oh my god, he made 2 armories. Definitely a mistake. Definitely a mistake. And Sharp, it looks like Sharp had maybe targeted that down, recognizing what was going on, because he has to counterattack here. There should have been a depot built. I mean, not a depot, a bunker. Like, Sharp has to attack him. He's making a nice line. I think Sharp has actually missed his opportunity here because he got 3 Vultures for free, lost 0 Vultures to kill 3 Vultures. But I think maybe he had a Vulture that went across the map. That must be what it is. 1 or 2 of his Vultures must have gone around across the map because we saw that SCV being repaired that was making the armory. So he must have targeted that down. I missed that, but that's probably what it was. Because if your opponent sacrifices Vultures to deal damage, you just counterattack. And one of the best things you can do if you sacrifice the Vultures is if you still have your 2 Marines, you make a bunker. And then the counterattack doesn't do anything. But they do gain a little bit of map control at that point. You can see Rush sitting a couple SCVs in front. That's to help him if an attack comes in. You can see that Sharp does have the superior Vulture count, laying a lot of mines around. Was it worth it for Rush to run in and get all those SCVs? Hard question. Can be played well in both ways. I could absolutely find players that prefer both positions. All right. So Rush is laying very defensive mines here. Very, very defensive. Just making sure that he doesn't die to a siege tank push suddenly. If you're behind in Vultures, you just kind of do what you can do. And this is exactly what that is. Like, you lay mines in this general area. And what you're going to look for is a slightly stronger mid-game army to push out. So Rush is on 4 factory, 1 add-on. 3 factory, 1 add-on, with the second being added by Sharp. Sharp made the starport as well, right? I'm pretty sure I saw that when I was talking. Sharp comes in and actually starts an engage. It actually goes better for Rush than I thought it would. I thought Sharp was going to just roll this, but it's relatively close. Not great targeting. You really do want to focus fire. Makes a huge difference. But you can see Sharp, even without very good targeting, will end up just slightly ahead there. But yeah, that went pretty well for him. Armory on the way. Looks like his Wraith was able to take out the barracks. That's kind of nice. Third command center on location. Fifth factory being started here for Rush. Did that before the barracks died. That was very purposeful. I actually don't like that from Rush. I think that like rushing out that factory, 4 factories is fine. The difference between a 5th factory this late and just playing 4 factories is almost nil. And the difference between the 5th factory this late and getting your 3rd command center more quickly is huge. So I think that was a mistake. Just straight up. Sharp is expanding, so like what you really need now as Rush is an expansion. And you can see like it's going to be really, really late. Whereas if he had started it, you know, instead of the factory, it would be like basically in line with Sharp's. You want to expand as soon as you realize you're not going to die. That's a pretty good rule for all mirror matchups. Oh, are we not able to kill each other? Okay, expand. It's pretty straightforward, right? Because you scale in basically the same way. I mean, it's slightly different based on units, but pretty much. All right, Rush is going to move out through the right side. Cleared out the mines there for now. Sharp getting a defensive siege location in front of his 3rd. That's already mining, by the way. Rush might be thinking about a 4th base quickly. Yeah, kind of looks that way. And he actually starts it. The mines see it, though. Yeah, that's like a very important thing for Sharp, that he can see that command center going down, because that lets him know like, okay, I can either take a 4th base, or maybe there's an attack to be had, maybe there's some harassment I can do. This is a very forward position from Rush, like extremely, extremely forward to be this early in the game. The thing is, it's like that's basically exactly mid-map. Like if it was a completely equal game, they'd both have tank sieged at approximate location on either side. But it's really early to go up there right now when you're taking 4 bases like this. This doesn't actually defend much of anything. Like, it's very easy right now to run vultures around and get some damage, if Sharp were to try that. The thing is, there are mines on the side, so Rush will try to counter that with his own vultures and everything. But if you bring too many, maybe he can break through the center. You never know. Sharp is taking a much further back siege line, and in fact does start his own 4th command center at that 9 o'clock position. Science facility coming up on both sides, so they'll be getting their +2s. Feel like it's a good game for a science vessel, but we'll see if we actually have one come out. Oh, a cute little drop comes out. 1 Goliath, 3 vultures. I kind of like that setup, because it stops the 1 Wraith that might occur from coming over and just wrecking this. And the 3 vultures will one-shot SCVs, just as well as 4. Ooh, that was a good last shot. That was like a no-scope. Damn. It didn't even look like he turned around the whole way to get that shot off. Pretty good. All right, so does get the punish on that. Supplies right now pretty close to even. Map control pretty close to even. Bases pretty close to even. Army pretty close to even. Like, this is a very good quality game between these two. Highly contested. That's a good moment for Sharp. Now, notice how he reacts to this pretty strongly. A big chunk of army coming in this direction from Rush, because he recognizes that if Sharp has 3 o'clock, he can't let Sharp deny 9 o'clock. It's not even about mining 9, but he has to make sure that he basically has that set. So let's take a look at the lines that we have for these guys. So here's Rush's line, right? This is his line. And here's Sharp's line right now. So you can see that Sharps is kind of starting to try to encompass a little bit. And that's really important. And you can see, like, okay, this army coming over right now is very, very important from Rush. He wants to make sure that Sharp doesn't get his tendrils all the way down here. So Rush is reacting correctly, but like you can see, if you look at the mini-map again, right? Sharp pushed in this direction, and immediately Rush went up and blocked, okay? And then he recognized, oh, Sharp is pushing in this direction, and then he came over and blocked, just what we just saw exactly. So, good job there. It's still a little bit better for Sharp, like the shape of what's going on in this map. Both of them taking additional bases, those high ground bases, 12 and 9. It's a wide enough area that even if Sharp reinforces reasonably well, Rush might still be able to break out. Right? You obviously want it to be even. Or obviously having the lead, but you want the lines to be at basically the same spot. Because otherwise it's like you're too close to losing a position. And right now it's like, well, both these mains are denied to Rush by land. That doesn't mean they'll stay denied forever. Like, you know, when you're spread this far as Sharp is, sometimes you can just gather everything together or use dropships. You can punch a hole in somewhere, do a drop somewhere because their siege line is so long. Maybe they don't have enough drops. Rush does have more dropships right now, but Sharp has actually built up a fair amount. Sharp sends some vultures down. Looks like he's going to clear out the mines in the bottom right. Rush is pushing center. Very light siege tank coverage here. Very light. Up here? Okay, that's okay. I actually had a moment where I saw Light say, leave groups of 6 siege tanks around. Because if you leave groups of 6 siege tanks around, like, if it's like 2 to 4, it doesn't really do anything at this point in the game. 6, you look at it, you're like, oh, that's not going to be good. And it just kind of wrecks you mentally. And when I saw him say that, I was like, oh my God, that's literally what happens to me in so many games where I'm like, how does he have tanks everywhere? Because that's where you start. It's like you're killing 3 tanks as they walk in immediately. And then you're killing 3 more. And it's like, oh my God, this gets so gross so quickly. Anyways, Sharp with a drop over at 9. Rush is going to try to clean that up as quickly as possible. You know, things like this. It's decent damage from Rush. I mean, from Sharp. And Sharp is double expanding during this while trying to deny bottom right. Like, Sharp is ahead. But like I've been talking about in these TVTs, just because you're ahead doesn't mean that the game is even close to over in TVT. There's so much room for comebacks here. Whether it's a Doom drop, just getting cost efficient over time, potential tech switch into battle cruisers, right? There's all sorts of things that can occur that can change the outcome of the game. So even though, like, Sharp is ahead right now, but there's a lot of room, man. Now, taking the vision off, I actually really like that. That's where he scanned because he's thinking about dropping. Like, he's seeing if he can find a path that doesn't have much anti-air. And I think he did find one. This could be scary. He should drop the 3rd, not the main, I think. Does the main not have 1,000,000 turrets? It has nothing on this side? Oh my God. This could be dirty. Nope. He did not actually drop enough off there. And now here come the dropships of Sharp. Are these stuck now? Sometimes when dropships go in like that, it's really good to spam turrets behind them because you can trap them in there. Make a Wraith, force them to go unload the rest of their cargo. Yeah, those are pretty damn trapped. Rush is in some trouble here. All right, he's gathering his army in the center. This center area, there's a big hole here for Sharp. We don't really have any units in here. A lot of units stuck in that natural. Yeah, sometimes it pays not to siege. Oh my god, he's going to bring the dropships back in. This could be ruinous. Sharp just moved out to deal with everything else. Look at this, trying to get back in. That egg is in the way. There's buildings in the way. Okay, well, that was not the greatest attack right there. He will be able to clean this, but pretty darn efficient from Rush right there. Have to hand it to him. That was about as good as he ever could have done with that secondary drop. Turret missile. I almost said Murit Tissel. I'm like, no spoonerisms today. Come on. Turret missile line in the bottom right. Sharp still controls so much of the map. Like, look, Rush actually broke through the center, and he's getting the drops in the main base, right? Like, he's finding holes. But if you look at Sharp's area, he's basically got this. Super strong. Look at this. He's, like, actually blocking a lot of areas. Did we just change the song? Or just turn it on for the first time? Do we not have Terran theme this whole time? Really? Yeah, I guess so. I feel like this is a movie trailer or something. Suddenly the music kicks on. Like, what, is it over? Like, what's going? Is this the epic part? I guess we just didn't have the music on and no one noticed. Well, that's how good the game is. I don't even notice if there's no music. Like, something changed, though. All right, big drop comes down from Sharp onto this tank line from Rush. Jeez Louise, he just crunched through everything. Bottom right is completely Sharp's now. So what happened here was Rush got in. He's got the mass dropships. He broke the top left. So top left is not mineable for Sharp anymore. But Sharp took the rest of his army and carved out the entire center down to the bottom right. Sharp still has way more of the map right now. I think this area is a crucial area right now. This area, a crucial area. And you can see these dropships just kind of flying through. This is a little bit greedy. It's pretty far behind enemy lines. Like, you might not be getting your dropships out. It's not that he can't remake, but still. Okay, that all gets cleaned up. Yeah, Sharp's still positionally a bit better. Rush, though, you know, he's maxed out. He's got the dropships. He has some amount of tempo advantage. I feel like Sharp right now would do really well for himself to just add turrets. Like, as many turrets as he can everywhere. Just anywhere and everywhere. Especially edges. Because these dropships right now, it's like, if you stop the dropships from moving, like, the only thing keeping Rush in this game is dropship play. Sharp has mostly dominated the ground. Okay, gonna drop out here. Try to protect his command center as it goes to top left, and he absolutely will. Just a few siege tanks here from Sharp. That bottom right being taken. He has that bottom right natural as well. Sharp has been very much on top of same command centers everywhere. I gotta say, like I mentioned in the game against Mong, I'm like, I feel like Rush would already have a command center. But in this particular game, it's Rush that's getting these command... in this particular game, it's Sharp that's getting all of these extra command centers up really, really quickly. I feel like Sharp is really hitting his stride here. You know, Sharp is considered one of the best tournament Terran players. And obviously, he's shown that as well. But just like the way that he plays, like you just can't kill him in a tournament. Like, he's so scrappy, he never, ever gives up. The types of builds he plays gives him shots against everybody. Really, really a kingly Terran in these tournaments. And I think you can see that here. He comes from a loser bracket. Like, definitely feels like he's been in charge of this game for the most part. All All right, Sharp trying to save this base from Rush, who's lost quite a few dropships lately. Still staying max, though. More of a bank for Sharp. I definitely think, yeah, he should just leave a group of Goliaths and tanks in here. Not a full group, but like, you know, 4 or 5, a few Goliaths spread, make some missile turrets. Because if like holding the mains at this point, if you have a main base on a standard 4-player map, generally, minimum, you're denying the natural. But you can probably have the natural too, because you have that high ground of support. TVT, it's a little bit different, but not that different. Not as different as you might think. But like just holding main base is incredibly strong. And it's a lot like Protoss versus Terran, where like if you just hold 3 mains against Terran, Terran's basically dead. Like you can't overcome that much. You can overcome quite a bit with tanks in siege mode, but not that much. All right, big drop from Rush to try to reclaim this top left. Sharp's bank is starting to get pretty big, and he's going to have that base in the bottom right mining very, very shortly here as well. That command center almost done, I think. Another big drop on top of Rush's army here that he had just cleared this area out. Okay, this is probably the moment where Rush should go through the center. Sharp has so much on the bottom right and top left, so much. You should go through the center at this point and just, like, make a hole into their main. He has no production, really. A couple factories bottom right, but no production outside the main base. If you threaten the main base, that's, like, a very good way to come back in a TVT. The funny thing is, the bank is big enough, he can rebuild all of his depots and factories in the bottom right. But that's going to give you, like, a big tempo advantage where it's like, okay, if we hurt the main badly, he's rebuilding bottom right. Maybe that's where you can take top left and he can't deny you from that anymore. You need to make, like, sets of very strong moves at this point. Masses of dropships here for Sharp. It's pretty good. He's got good turret setups. Notice that he's floating a building to watch for incoming dropships. Very important. Those extra few shots and that extra reaction time is absolutely crucial. Yeah, see, he's going to try to drop in here. I mean, it maybe doesn't look like it. He didn't have as much in those dropships as I thought, but like that. Okay, we're getting like that. Right there is we are definitely getting towards the end of this game. Like that was a very weak move. That was a very, very, very weak move. And you see how we're seeing more vultures mixed in? When you see the switch back towards vultures in the very late game of Terran vs. Terran, it just means that they're running out of gas. Like the income is not quite correct. So at this point, I think Rush is, again, his chance to win is to punch a hole through the center. Go see, he is bringing units to the center, but he needs to just go somewhere and figure out where Sharp is weak. Because Sharp has too many units on the sides. This is like the only area he might be weak. Okay, he's going to maybe drop on those tanks. That's pretty good. Bring in the rest of your army. Clear that front group. I don't know how many just got dropped behind. Nope, that's clearable too. That's clearable too. Okay, maybe he should stop here and reinforce. Stop here and reinforce. But look at what he's done in these few moments. Okay, the bottom right, top right, doing, like, really, really well for Sharp. He's denying top left. And he's mining all over the place from bottom right. Now, this was a little bit too far. He should have reinforced. But we just saw Rush carve up through here. Now the area that he has to attack is so much better. He could go here. He could try to take over this area. He could hit here, right? There's so many different areas that this opens up for him to hit. And he's enforcing Sharp only moving around with dropships and things like that. But unfortunately, he overpushed. Like, holding this area would have allowed him to maybe continue to push. And now he's got to retake it because he pushed forward even further. All right, another big drop from Rush here into this main base. A lot of vultures in there, unfortunately for him. They still can have some use, but drops pretty close to the edge there, which is going to allow Sharp to clean this up. GG is called. Game 1 goes to Sharp. All right, game number 2 of the finals, Rush versus Sharp. And we're going to have Sharp here in Neosylphid in the bottom leftish and Rush over here in the bottom rightish. Okay. Yeah, I think that last game was pretty darn good. Definitely Sharp playing a little bit better than Rush there. I loved the map control that he kind of maintained throughout. He really was dictating a lot of what was going on. And yeah, I guess that's about it. You know, part of it goes back to the opening where you know, Rush sacrificed some vultures to run in. He sacked 3 vultures to get a bunch of SCVs, but then Sharp laid a ton of mines and kind of maintained map control for most of the game. He added like a little bit more map control. And map control is like basically the most important thing in Terran versus Terran. Makes it interesting compared to some of the other matchups because it's just so hard to actually get the kill that just having the map control is what you're looking for a lot of the time. So looking at this map, Neosylphid, you know, it's rotationally symmetric. And this means that Rush's position is superior to Sharp's. The back of Sharp's main is towards the natural of Rush. So if Rush takes a more forward position, he'll be not only threatening Sharp on the front, but also potentially drops into the rear. And that's like, in TVT, this makes a huge, huge difference. We've already seen some TVTs where that was a deal breaker. You know, we saw definitely, what was it, Mong playing earlier against Royal, where he utilized that. We also saw it again later on. My brain is not giving me exactly which match it was. There've been so many TVTs here today. But yeah, that's just something to keep in mind. So it's going to be incredibly important from Sharp's point of view to make sure, and I'm going to draw on the minimap here, to make sure this general area is closed off from Rush. Easier said than done. You know, hard to hold on that far out. You know, I think it's more likely, like, you can definitely hold, like, this general area reasonably well. But the thing is, the shape of things on this map, you know, you have those high grounds, this general high ground here, right? Well, it's not high ground, but it's like, it's got the blockers, right? And so it's like, if you're trying to defend this general area, Rush can go up here. And then it's like, okay, do you pull out of there and go up here to defend? The thing is, he can very quickly move and siege the command center that might be in this area. So, yeah, it's very tricky. It's very tricky. You'll see as we get into the actual gameplay. Right now, it's just a little bit back and forth with the scouting, Marines attacking the SCVs, barracks floating towards each other. Nothing too crazy. They're both going for fast expansions, factory expansions. You know, as expected. Looks like Rush with a higher health SCV gets in, so that's kind of nice. Both sides making vultures. To open, Sharp is back on gas pretty darn quickly here, which doesn't surprise me too much. Like, I mean, he's not much of a guy to battle for vulture control in the early game. He doesn't battle for map control early on that often. Like, he'll take it if it's there, but he might be thinking about going Starport. Like, we might even see like a 2 vulture into Starport, which isn't too common. We'll see. He's just banking more gas than I expected. No, he's making a 3rd vulture despite having a lot on gas. Okay. And looks like actually Rush went back on gas pretty quickly here as well. Okay, so yeah, my read there was off. That's not what they're going for. Armory for Rush. Interesting to see him utilizing that build. Because Sharp, he hasn't started the armory, so I imagine he's about to start his 3rd factory, but we'll see. So, yeah, 4th Vulture into add-on. You should probably move out if you have 4 Vultures. Oh, no. 4 Vultures on the other side, too. He must have seen that with his barracks. 5th Vulture. That's okay. If Sharp just sits still, he's completely fine. And there's the 3rd factory a little bit later. Really interesting to see. Like, if you had told me these 2 players are playing which is which color, I would tell you almost certainly red is Sharp. This is a much more Sharp-esque opener than what Sharp is doing. And this is much more Rush-esque opener than what Rush is doing. So I find that really highly interesting. And I'm really not sure why Rush has decided to play it like this. 2 factory, really heavy Vulture, add-on. He's gonna make 2 Goliaths. You have to make 2 Goliaths here. Because you're gonna be down on Vulture shortly because of 3 fact. So you're gonna need a couple Goliaths to kind of shore that up. I guess you could make a tank and try it that way, but I think 2 Goliaths is gonna work a little bit better. 3rd fact. Okay, that's a late 3rd fact. A weird build here from Rush. Let's see what's popping out. Come on. No, I guess those are Vultures still. Oh, no, he did make a tank. Okay, okay. Yeah, I don't think mathematically this works out for Rush. It just seems like Sharp's build is a bit superior. No speed yet. So, like, if he gets hurt, he's going to get super mega giga punished right away. If you start to fall behind and you don't have speed, and they do have speed, it's just like, just everything goes on its head. All right, he has his 3rd factory up. Sharp actually added his 2nd add-on, so he won't be quite as far ahead in units as it looked like he was going to be. Sending additional siege tanks down. The barracks actually does not spot that. Right, he sees this incoming. Okay, he actually gets all 3 of his tanks shooting before Rush, or before Sharp does. So that's really, really good. And now his speed is done, but no mines as of yet. But no mines have actually been laid. Sharp is trying to target down siege tanks. He gets 1 of them, and that's pretty big. But you do have to be careful here. Like, the Vultures can make the difference here, even though you have the 1 more siege tank. But that was actually siege mode coming up for Rush, so he is able to siege and push everything back. And at the end of the day, like, I guess overall it's pretty even. Both of them looking for that advantage and not really gaining the advantage that they're looking for. I don't feel like either side has a big advantage. Like, I think Sharp's position is a little bit better. He's laying some mines out on the map. His barracks is in a better place for what the position looks like. He's laying the more mines he lays, the better this is for him. You can see that Rush is kind of pushed really far back. It looks like this might be where Rush wants to take his 3rd. But like I was saying, why it might be not a great idea for Sharp to take that pocket 3rd, we see Rush taking this pocket 3rd. Now, that command center can be hit by the outside by siege tanks. So do you try to defend on the inside, or do you siege along the outside of it? Very hard choices coming up. And the player who holds the middle has all the potential in the attack. It's so much harder to defend these spots comparatively, just because the unit movement through those edges is very difficult. So Sharp sieges up the center. Look at this. He takes his own base while Rush is pushed back further. You see the 2 barracks kind of lining up, looking for that central vision. So they can potentially, like, snipe tanks, but more importantly, stop their own tanks from being sniped. All right, repairing his own. Yeah, the position here for Sharp is better. Rush up in supply just slightly. I think he was on 4 facts a little bit quicker. I think it's mostly Vultures that make the difference there in supply. This forward position for Sharp is like exactly what you want. Because of the back of your base. Remember when I was drawing on the map earlier? Where's my mouse? There it is. You know, I mentioned that easier said than done, but you do want to keep them out of this general area. And that's exactly what Sharp has been able to do here. Lots of mines up at the top. The thing is, you know, if he's concentrating a lot of units down here, Rush can go around and go like that. But because Sharp is on the outside of this base, as you see there, all of his units are on the outside, so he can actually react a lot quicker. The random mines he has in the middle are very important here. They're watching. Like, you see just these two little mines right there? Those are incredibly important. He sees that Rush isn't past there. And it allows him to zone back and forth. You see his army moving up and down. North, south, back and forth, back and forth. He's got to make sure that Rush doesn't gain more ground here. This is really masterful play from Sharp. Absolutely awesome to see. A lot of factories coming up. Both sides mining from 3 bases. 4th base is being taken by Sharp at a mineral base. Don't forget those pocketed bases that they both took as their thirds. Only 1,000 minerals per patch. 2,500, I believe, gas, but it might be 3,000 gas. I don't actually remember. I think it's 2,500. But it's like, it's a base that runs out very quickly. So, like, when you take it, you generally don't power up on 3 bases. You generally just take a 4th right after it, which is what Sharp is doing. And, yeah, it looks like Rush is going to be taking that gas base over at 3 o'clock, and that's a better base than what Sharp's taking. But Sharp actually has a decent line through the map right now. A really decent line. Now, hold on. Here comes the attack from Rush. Rush going to break through that 1 siege tank. Oh, dude, this is such a strong moment from him. Sharp brings down a few more tanks. He brings down tanks on the inside of that little edge as well. And he needs those to hold on, but you can see that suddenly the line on the map is so much better for Rush. Sharp was doing a great job. And now suddenly Rush is getting really close. And, you know, it's really hard from the inside of this area to hold on against a push on the outside. Because, again, it's not high ground. So your opponent can just run up, tank with some stuff, and blow up your tanks. And it's very easy to hit the command center. And if Rush gets over and controls this area, not only does he get this base here, but he also gets the potential to drop into the main base, which it's just a death sentence on this map. So many TVTs end with people holding that area and dropping into the main. You can't defend that back area and play out in the middle. Whereas your opponent kind of can. It's very quick for them to react and bring units to the side. A single Wraith out here. Sharp has sieged a lot of tanks. He's trying to make it, unappealing for Rush to attack in. Sharp has an additional base up now, that mineral base. Sharp does. Rush is taking his own 3 o'clock base, which is another gas. So he's going to be able to really start producing. He should start dropship production, if you ask me. Like, he's got so much gas that's going to be coming in now. He really, really, really should get into dropship production. Because that's going to threaten a kill. Like, you have to start thinking about making missile turrets as Sharp and everything as well. Okay, so we can see the new adjusted lines that are being made. So, but Sharp is on, like, okay, see... those are hard to hit with vultures, those tanks that he has right there. But that general idea, if you look at the line he's trying to make now, that, and then he's got this area. Right? Those two aren't really connected. But yeah, if he can make that line and basically stop 12 o'clock from being taken, that's huge, huge, huge for him. Okay, a lot of Wraiths have been made by Rush that we just saw. He'll bring those out when the time is right. Ooh, nice little harassment move here. Gets 3 vultures in. I guess Rush is pretty on top of it. Gets some vultures over here to clean it out. Won't lose that many SCVs. Not the end of the world, but a good attempt. Good attempt. You need to be making moves like that throughout the game because you never know. Sometimes something like that pays off hugely. Yeah, Rush is definitely in a slightly better spot, but another base was just taken by Sharp, the gas base. Rush is taking his own mineral base now. You can see he's making a straighter line now against where Sharp is with Sharp's third base. There are a lot of tanks in this area right there. Very powerful. Sharp cannot do anything to that area right now. Okay, looks like right now Rush gathering his units in the center and coming up to deal with this. Don't forget, there's like 8 tanks for Sharp in that little nook. So he's having a harder time coming over and holding on to these positions. We're getting some real imbalances in the map now. The Vulture drop is actually going to bring out the Wraiths. He doesn't have anything to deal with that right away, it looks like. Oh, he's going to leave it and just cloak and send. Okay, let's see what he does with these. There's not that many Goliaths on the map, so these are going to have a big impact. He goes after the Goliaths first. Odds are there's no Goliaths being made right at this second. So by killing these, he's going to force those siege tanks out of position. Sharp's drop of Vultures over at that what is it, 4th base location is super, super strong, by the way. Picks off a few tanks, picks off a couple Goliaths. Good usage of those Wraiths. Okay, Rush is going to retake this base, still very close to max. Plenty of SCVs. Yeah, he took some damage, not the end of the world. There's 2 really important things. Rush holds here, Rush holds here. It's all connected in the center. This is, all of his units are close to each other. Look at how Sharp has to send units down into this area to defend. These units can't also respond up here. That's the really important thing. Notice how Rush moves back and forth. Okay, now Rush is taking all those units in the center, shoving up here. God, he's just positionally dominating right now. A little counter drop. Like, this type of drop can do good damage, but it's not about damage right now. It's about controlling the position more than anything. Like, it doesn't even matter if Rush loses that command center. I still put him ahead. He can just lose this command center. Plus all the SCVs that were at it, and I still think he's winning. Even though that's really good damage. And in a lot of TVTs, you look at that and be like, ooh, maybe he gets an advantage from that. No, not here. Not here. This is all about Rush just controlling everything right now that matters. Now, look at this. It looks like he might try to break this. I don't know. Valkyrie is out. Single Valkyrie. And you can see, yeah, that inner area. You have to keep so many tanks there. Oh, God. Oh, God. He brings tanks in. It looks like the dropship that had Goliath died. I saw Sharp mutter to himself. I think Sharp realizes he's dead. This is super not winnable. Okay, he's secured another gas. That's really, really, really important. And you know what? The Valkyrie is killing it. Great job by the Valkyrie. Rush, though, once again, utilizing the center of the map. Center control so powerful. See, I hope that you guys... Well, I know that those of you watching must be enjoying this. There's no way. Even if you're not a Terran player, like, you have to look at this and be like, oh, this is fascinating. This is simply fascinating. The way that they move around the center. Like, watching Rush masterfully use center control and move back and forth and just completely dominate Sharp here. Because Sharp opened better, I thought. I thought he opened really super well. He did a great job with his positioning. And then it was just like, oh, man. Rush made one good move that took over this area, and Sharp's position started to fall apart. All right, Rush with some drop ships. At this point, like, it's good to have drop ships for sure. Like, you can fly around, find some areas to do something. Like, he might do a similar drop to what Sharp just did down at 6 o'clock. Right? Like, he's flying in the side. He's like, okay, we'll get some damage. And this will be damage, and it'll be good. I feel like I'm quoting the Bible. and then he dropped, and it was good. Like, you know, it is some damage, but like, Rush is like kind of finishing him off. It doesn't matter. As long as he maintains this area and he maintains this area, it's almost impossible for Sharp to do anything. Like, Sharp would need like the craziest drop into the main base to come back or something like that. You can see he's defending. He's technically still alive. Yeah, Sharp is trying to, like, do something with 12. You know, if you could somehow hold 12 o'clock and it's natural, the game is still playable. But it seems so unlikely at this point. Look at the amount of dropships that Rush has gathered at this point. Like, he is threatening death if he drops into the main base. And if he kills an expansion as well. If he kills a gas base, there's not much that Sharp can do. Sharp still has really good supply, as you can see, 174 to 153. And don't forget those thirds like mined out. Rush's main and Nat are gone. The Nat of Sharp is technically still there, but there can't be many minerals left. Looks like he's taking another mineral base. It's like at this point you want to get anything you can. Even minerals just for like missile turrets and some vultures can be helpful here still. And you can see, okay, Sharp is setting up like... This reminds me of some of the Lurker versus Protoss games we had earlier. Like, that's a really good setup that's very hard to break. So he's, like, super turtling this. And the nice thing is, from that main base, you have a lot of potential to deny the natural and to deny the little pocket base as well that's below it. If you really control that area super well, it denies so much. Okay, now Rush is getting ready for maybe a killing move. Oh, Sharp moving into position. He has a good amount of missile turrets here, but not a great amount of missile turrets. You could spend a lot more. You could have 10 more missile turrets. I look at it and say, yep, that's right. Yes. Okay, Rush with a little push up into this top main natural. One of the things I've said many times in the past, and I'll say it again here because I haven't said it yet this game. 3-player maps are great for Terran versus Terran, because it gives you a very clear objective. Three-player maps almost never go into battle cruisers. 2-player maps very often, 4-player maps sometimes. 3-player maps almost never, because the third main is the key to everything. If you get the third main, like, that's it. Like, I guess if your opponent was a noob and just sat there and sieged his tanks, you would go battle cruisers. But, like, people know when you're of good level that you have to go kill that because that's it. So, like, you don't really have time generally to go battle cruisers at that point. But it gives us these really dynamic games. And you can see how the map is being chopped up. It can't be perfectly chopped in half. It can get kind of close, but someone's going to have the advantage. Now, Rush, ooh, he finds a little corridor to get up here. And this is going to deny mining here. This is kind of brutal. It has to be cleared. And as this gets cleared, Rush should bring more units in from the front that he had there. Right, more units coming out. SCVs being pulled over. Dropships coming in. So actually, Sharp will be able to clean this. Good job on the reinforcement dropships. Very good job there. Oof. And look at that. He does deny that front now. Gets in a little bit. Anything that you can deny. Like, honestly, it's okay to push in like this as Rush because you do have that advantage. But he could have sat back like where the command center goes as well and just deny that base from being taken for now. Sometimes as well on this map, you'll see like Rush could make a siege line right there, like a big siege line, like 8 tanks, float in eBay and take that base. That's one of the only ways to kind of split the map. And then your opponent is utilizing only drop ships to kind of reinforce that main. Woo! But right now, Rush taking that bottom left high ground base. So he's got 2 of the high ground bases, 2 of the mineral bases. But Sharp, the minerals don't matter as much, and Sharp has this base, which is very important. Now, Rush is going to drop in here and try to shove through the front as well. Oh, the counterattack, but this counter drop, not that great. These are going to start blowing up really quickly. Everything's getting pretty low, but he brings more tanks down. Oh, maybe So Rush is going to deny that main, but if Sharp denies this base at the same time and can take it, and maybe even deny that mineral base, the mineral base, again, doesn't matter that much. Rush has plenty of minerals, and he has a different mineral base as well. At the end of the day, it really comes down to gas. Like, if it starts getting stalemated, you can see BCs, even if the economy is really low, because it's like, well, in theory, 1 BC beats endless siege tanks, right? You can sit there and just show them that you'll Yamato for an hour. Sharp is actually bringing this game back together a little bit. Look at this. He just cleared the center. What was I saying before? As long as Rush holds here and here, he wins. Look at this position now. Sharp has broken open everything here. He's pushing up. This is insane. Sharp is really making a game of this right now. Even after losing that 12 o'clock base. Dude, he might clear everything on the top. Look at Sharp's area now. Look at this. He's got siege tanks in this area. That stops everything from ground. That means that right now, Rush has to send via dropship to block everything. And he has 3 completely separate locations that need defenses. This space right here where he's dropping now, the mineral base above it, and the natural to 12. Now, he's coming out through the ground as well. He's got some siege tanks on the high ground. Huge amount of vultures here. They're actually doing a great job. Those mineral bases paying off a little bit. He's able to field a bigger army because of this. And with so few siege tanks on this side, the vultures actually do a pretty good job. Now, this gas looks like it might get denied. He just needs to scan a couple more times. And that'll basically be done as far as gas. He's trying to get another gas here. Sharp actually has taken his gas again here with a few tanks. Kind of crazy. A lot of vultures being picked off right there. It's actually worthwhile to try to repair through this as well. Oof. More dropships coming up from Rush. This has turned into an absolutely insane game at this point. Okay, trying to deny that gas now. Rush is. You know, Rush is up in supply. A lot of it right this second is vultures. Oh, nice movement there on that tank forward while other things are being attacked. Keeps his gas going. He's taken this base. This is a very important base. If Sharp can hold that and the gas that he's got right now and deny this, dude, Sharp absolutely can win this still. Like, I still think that Rush has a slightly better shot. But Sharp has done some things very well to get back into this game. Let's see what Rush's plan is here. All right, dropping on top of this containment. He really wants to get back this base. Okay, he smashes that. That was very well done. Very well executed. Very clean, the way that he cleaned that up. It was great usage of words there, Artosis. But really, really great job. As efficient as you're really going to get here. He's retaking that gas now. You see Sharp is trying to micro every little unit here to gain some value. All right, dropships coming in. Rush looks like he's decided he's going to take 12, and he absolutely has enough to break through here. Rush going to try, or Sharp is going to try to drop a few more tanks, but he just doesn't have enough. That was really excellent targeting. He targeted the further back new tank. That would be harder to kill. That was really good. Goliath catching quite a bit, though. Hold on. Can Sharp break in through there? Well, hold on. We got to take a look at what the economy's actually looking like now. Sharp still has the gas at 12. Rush has this mineral base, and he has 3 o'clock, and he has the top natural. There's 2 high ground gas bases that Sharp has. He's knocking out the mineral base. Rush's gas is super, super, super low. Yeah, fighting with SCVs is very smart right now. It might actually be worthwhile to grab a whole group of SCVs and keep them with your army. I'm not even joking there. I am not even joking. Like, you actually, if you can trade SCVs for tanks at any level, it's probably going to be a good thing, especially for Rush, who's mining from a mineral-only base. Well, actually, Sharp still is, too. So really for anyone. Yeah, and of course, making vultures. The vultures are going to be more useful in many ways. But the SCVs actually do a better job killing the tanks than the vultures do generally. The vultures actually tank a lot more damage. But it's like very... It's easy to get SCVs on top of tanks to do that. Ooh, that was a good snipe there. Rush trying to reinforce his base once again. Dude, is Sharp going to win this game? This has been such a crazy game. Rush was in such a good spot. Sharp is really pushing into everything. The thing is, the dropships are a little bit overtaxed right now. Rush actually needs to deny the base at 12, which he's not fully denying, and defend this base. There's like a lot of things that he has to do. Okay, drops 1 tank off there. That's fantastic. Those will clear that because Sharp is not able to pay attention to everything at once, I think. Okay, drops a few tanks here. Sharp's got his entire army kind of together, though. He's got complete central control. Engineering bay on the way. Sharp actually has a lot of gas as well. I actually think Sharp's going to win this. It's a crazy game, though. Still absolutely can go both ways. You got to remember that natural that Rush has and how many units he has up at 12. I feel like... Well, here's the thing. I kind of feel like watching this, and you might feel like at home, that he's spending too much holding 9. But if he doesn't hold 9 and some anti-air gets up there, he no longer can reinforce anything because Sharp has completely cut off his main base and all of his production at that point. Ooh, finally gets that gas. So it is actually important that he holds that. Whether or not he mines from it is one thing, but he needs the corridor to fly dropships through. Maybe he can find somewhere through the center, but you can't rely on that. You can rely going through your own territory. And if he can't reinforce the top, Sharp will eventually break it. This game is bonkers. I think Sharp getting ready to maybe retake that third base kind of area. Look at this. Maiden eBay to spot for sniping tanks. Love it. Love to see it. Rush going to retake a mineral base. That is a lot of tanks and Goliaths. Oh, he can break everything, I think. Hold on, though. The dropships are coming back. I don't know what's in them. I have no idea what's in them right now. Only 3 tanks in the front here. He needs more than that. Oh, God, the Goliath's going to hurt him. Sharp's going to win it. He's going to win this game. Crazy. Yeah, and you see Sharp with the fist pump there. What a comeback. What a sick comeback this was for him. Insanely good TVT. The guy is a monster. Now, I don't know what that means because he came out of the loser bracket, so I actually, yeah, not sure. But let's see if he is going to have to finish it off. It looks like Rush just about out of supply at this point. Yeah, I wonder if it goes into his second best of 3 because he came through the loser bracket and Rush hadn't lost yet. Right? Or am I completely crazy? Anyways, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Sharp coming down, and he's going to be able to clear everything out. Just some really, truly awesome games from Sharp here. To be able to come back in this game when he was in such a deficit. GG. Sharp very happy with himself. I'm not sure exactly what happens next, but we'll check. Okay, guys, so I do know exactly what happens next. Apparently, Rush can lose the series off, can lose the entire tournament off of one match. Okay, now maybe it's good for TV. Maybe that's the argument, but yeah, I'm not a fan of how this was done. As you can see here, Rush won the winner bracket and then lost 2 games to Sharp, who came out of the loser bracket. And yeah, so Sharp ends up winning. The last tournament, you can see that it's not like Rush started 1-0, which would be one way to do that. Because Best won the winner bracket here, as you can see, and then had to win 2-0. So, in my opinion, that is not a good way to run a tournament. But Sharp definitely outplayed him and ends up winning the entire thing. So Sharp gets his seed into the ASL Season 21. Let's take a look at the brackets, and see if there was anything interesting. Oh, well, we have no brackets yet. Oh, well. Maybe these will get filled in later. Okay. Well, that's it then. Thank you for watching, guys. I hope that you enjoyed. Some great TVTs there at the end. Sharp really is a monster in TVT. Like, this guy loses map control more than anyone I've seen at such a high level and still comes back and wins. He just really, he defies what most people see as modern TVT and the way to play it. Awesome to see. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please make sure that you subscribe. Make sure you're tuning in to ASL this season. The qualifiers will be coming up. They're in like a week or 2, and I'll make sure to get those out right away as well. Thank you for watching, guys, and we'll see you next time.